everyone! Happy Tuesday! Hope you're doing well. Thank you, Canada, for doing the right thing. Really appreciate it. How's everyone doing on this Tuesday? Hope everyone's well. We have so much tinfoil to take a look at today. All sorts of topics, but one that seems to be recurring is the death of the Pope. The death of the Pope, as you would imagine, comes with a lot of pomp and circumstance, and conspiracy theorists are intentionally obtuse, or, at minimum, ignorant when it comes to sort of ritualistic symbolism. They always think it's evil. It's not. So anyway, that's cool. We have all sorts of other topics as well. Reptilians, flat earth, AI, all sorts of good stuff. So, yeah, could be a fun one. Let's get the housekeeping stuff out of the way so we can dive into it. First of all, we are playing bingo today, so make sure you get your bingo cards if you would like. If you'd like to help support the stream, it's nearing the end of the month. Today and tomorrow are the last days. Getting closer to the sub goal, so if you want to help out with that and help us reach our goal by the end of tomorrow, consider gifting subscriptions. It's always very helpful. Couldn't do the show without it. We're also working on a tip goal that once we get to it, as our typical tip goals go, I will do edited content again. I will start working on some edited content. And I don't mean just editing up my streams, I mean original, edited content on topics relating to things I do streams on, but you know, like actual videos. Been a while since I've made actual YouTube videos, so a little scared too, but the incentive will help. I think that's about it in terms of housekeeping. So let's see what I missed in chat. Phoenix Leftist, thanks for 35 months, says 35 months, nice. Nerdy with 19 months says woo, and of course, who? Also, apparently Amazon doesn't like me that much because I tried sending my books to your P.O. box and Amazon said, nope, not gonna allow that shit, even though it's that or ebooks. Yay, capitalism. That's strange. I wonder why. Huh. Profane Priestess Amber says, congrats to any Canadians in chat. Proud of you giving Polivier and his conservative ghouls a firm rebuke. Good on ya. Lilac Rosenberg with a link says, whatever you do, don't run. He's trying to help you. Oh god, what is this link gonna be? And hello, just
send this to someone you think is really, really cool and epic.
The Pinar Snipper guy is on his way to your house. I suggest you run.
I'm not gonna run. That sounds great. That sounds good. I'm already working on an orchiectomy. Yes, thank you for reminding me. Just a peach, if you're on YouTube, do me a favor and like the stream. Alright, I think we can get into stuff now. I think I cleared the bingo card. Let me double check. I did. Yay me. Alright, we can jump into it. What are we gonna do first? I'm surprised you guys picked the judge outfit today, by the way. Y'all almost always pick tinfoil on tinfoil day. Not upset about it. Maybe we'll start with a Pope thing. There's a decent amount of Pope stuff, so I think it probably makes sense to start with it. That's not the Pope. That's not the Pope. That's the Pope. But past tense. That was the Popes. Pope, 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 Pope. Popery. Alright, let's go.
Couple days now since the supposed passing of Pope Francis at the age of 88. And as many know, the world's a stage, and this is a numbers game. With the number 88, of course, you split the 8s in half. You're going to get your dual 33, just as you see here.
Oh, Freemason's on the bingo card already. Very nice. I did see he lost his own seat, too. Very funny.
With the Grand Sovereign Commander of Freemasonry and the dual 33. And just a little bit of a close-up of the dual 33s.
Yes, numerology, too.
Of course, this all went down a day after Easter Sunday, the resurrection of Christ, and then the supposed downfall of the Pope. So, in my estimation, this is not something that's organic. It's meant to happen.
The man was 88 years old. This is why I'm telling you guys, it doesn't matter if Trump makes it to 114 years old. Every conspiracy theorist is going to say the deep state got him. The Pope who is 88 years old, died, and they're acting like it's a surprise.
On the world stage. Here's another example. As you see here from Fox News. I'll get into a little bit about Fox News in a little bit, but first off, take a look here at the time.
Had double pneumonia. I think that's for the best. I wouldn't want my lungs to not match. If I'm gonna get pneumonia, I hope it's both of them. That would really annoy me.
As you're speaking about Pope Francis supposedly passing away, and obviously it is at 3:30. Not by chance, not by...
I mean, for those of you who can't see, let me actually move the frame of this real quick so you can see. It does say in the Chiron 3:30 Mountain Time, but first of all, who the fuck uses Mountain Time like it's some sort of standard? The mountains. But usually that's not the one that people point to as, like, the biggest one. But anyway, this is just when they took this screenshot. That doesn't mean that's the moment he died. That's when they took this screenshot. And the Pope doesn't live in Mountain Time anyway. He doesn't live anywhere right now, but Ashley One Up says, Your Holiness, we, the Freemasons, order you to live until 88 so we can fake your death in the thematic way. We gotta maintain our brand.
Coincidence. And just to go further on the point with Fox News, as I pointed out many years ago, well over a decade, when it comes to Fox News, Fox in numerology is 666.
Mark of the beast on the bingo card.
Just as you see here with the Pythagorean chart, you line it all up, it's 666. So you have your 33 and the coded 666 in plain sight. Getting back on topic with Pope Francis, you have the U.S. Vice President visiting Pope Francis on Easter Sunday. And again, this is all meant to go down exactly as it's shown. And just take a look at the time. Let's get a little bit of a close-up. As you see J.D. Vance, and as they go into split screen with the Pope, on the left side they show the Vatican, and the time live, of course, evil backwards, 11:30.
Live is evil backwards. Live is evil backwards. You know, I can't argue with that. EVIL. Yeah, it is. It doesn't mean anything, but in this case, live is evil backwards. Nelson JD, thanks for 6 months, says other news stations covered this too, you know.
33. So when people tell me the numbers don't mean anything, you are completely clueless and have no understanding of how these people operate through signs, symbols, dates, numbers, and colors.
If this is understanding, I'm happy to be ignorant.
And talking about symbolism, take a look here as I play the video. Look at the fake phony baller spinning in the background. More programming.
Wait, what? Where's a globe? I don't even see a globe. Oh, they're talking about, like, the overall news thing in the background. Yeah, globes and stuff are usually synonymous, or not synonymous, but, like, they're often used in the context of news because it gives the vibe of, like, oh, everything happening in the world right now. We have all the information. It's just become symbolic for that in the context of a news program. You don't really think about it usually, but yeah, just gives a vibe, man.
We'll get into that a little bit as far as the topic with the globe earth and the flat earth with his video presentation I did back in January.
Innocuous Blonde, thanks for 200 bits, says shout out to my father-in-law, who's another old man who died recently. Didn't agree on every little thing, but he was a man of character and also a great appreciator of cheesy sci-fi and horror films. He'll be missed. Sounds like a cool guy. Sorry for your loss.
2016.
Did he have any, like, favorite sci-fi or horror movies?
Regarding the Pope and the visit by Leonardo DiCaprio and the flat earth mentioned during...
Doesn't that also mean that evil is live backwards? Yes, see? Like live, like live. It lives. Evil lives. Satan is all around us. Checkmate, non-conspiracy theorist.
This visit. And more on the topic of symbolism with the Pope supposedly in the casket. In this vantage point from Vatican City, obviously the three pyramids in plain view, even the ceiling itself with the pyramid structure. They're all about symbolism. I have to be repetitive about that, how important it is.
I mean, it's certainly an aesthetic that was intentionally chosen, and that might be symbolic of something within Catholicism, or an idea that the architect had to relate thematically to something Catholic. I don't know the story of this room or the architect, but like, I always find it fascinating when they're confused by potential symbology in a building as spiritual. When I say that, I don't mean literally. I don't believe in like the supernatural, but people consider it a spiritual place. The Vatican has all sorts of symbols and stuff in it because it's a building basically dedicated to the idea of a religion, and religions are like built on symbols and ideas that are easy to share and understand via those symbols. So like celebrating that in their architecture makes sense. I don't understand why that's nefarious. It isn't. It's just very human. Doesn't understand architecture on the bingo card.
Specifically this angle, they want to get the vantage point of all the pyramids. Let's play this video clip here, and we'll break it all down. As far as the Pope, and they scroll down, looking towards him, supposedly at rest here, with the candles. And I'm definitely going to break this down as far as the Pope, and again, more pyramid symbolism and diamonds being 33 as well. But let's first,
I loved Ray Harryhausen's work. Nice, good choices. I have a box set of that stuff. Good films, good taste.
Take a look here at suppose the Pope in the casket, and a little bit of a close-up. Obviously, we all understand people look a little bit different in this state, but just take a closer look. Looks very, very different.
I mean, he's dead. Like, I'm a little uncomfortable even just hanging on this. Like, he's there for a showing, but this feels like gawking. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Like, yes, he does look different. He's first of all, the picture you pulled was from some time ago, so he aged more, but also he has died. So yes, the human body looks different when there's nobody home. You know what I mean? Like, things start to happen to the human body upon someone becoming deceased immediately that can change the look, and even just not being animated makes a person look quite a bit different, makes a body look quite a bit different. Looks uncanny and eerily still. You don't realize how much people move even when they're sleeping until, like, you see a dead body, because you're like, oh, that's very still. Yeah, it's not great.
People can have their own opinions on this, but definitely very different looking the day after. And we know there's preparations as well that can affect...
Yeah, I'm probably not going to look so hot the day after my death either. Probably not you either, They Live Truth.
Things, but nonetheless, people can come to their own conclusions based on the information I'm providing. Again, taking a look at the Pope, and again, getting back to the numbers game. In the age of 88, supposedly passing away. Let's take a look at the Pope and his real name. He was born Jorge Mario Bergoglio.
The Pope's name was Mario? Like, I know they take on a new name when they become the Pope and all that stuff, but I didn't know his given name was Mario. I feel like that should have come up more.
And of Italian descent, born in Argentina. But take a look at his first and middle name, being 33 numerology. His last name.
Oh, this is Gematria. Gematria on the bingo card. Freyline says, the biggest part of Catholic architecture through history is to show the grandparents of God and the church. It's made to be grand and make you feel like it's awesome in the original meaning. But have you considered a Protestant church in a strip mall in the Midwest? That's pretty opulent, too. Forrest Espion says, hey, Hannah, what's your take if Filipino Luis Antonio Tagle wins? He says being LGBTQIA+ is not a sin, is pro-refugee, pro-Palestine, and class-aware. I'm not saying the Pope is some leftist, but hey, even a little change is something. I'm not Catholic, by the way. What's your take? Any Pope you hoping for? I don't follow the papal election at all. I don't know any of the potential people. If one is more progressive, great. They're still the Pope. Even the last Pope, who just died, who was relatively progressive for a Pope, said some shitty things about trans people. So, I don't know. Like, hey, I hope it's someone who doesn't openly revile me and people like me, or gay people, or whatever. At the end of the day, it's the Pope. I'm not Catholic, so, you know. I don't have any skin in the game outside other people being convinced to hate me. But honestly, I don't think they need the Pope for that. Although a Pope that emboldened it would be bad.
Being 33 in numerology as well, which matches up, again, with the dual 33s with the age of 88. So how it all comes together, how people could deny this, is beyond me. Again, the numbers game is prevalent with all these world events. Make no mistake about it. Again, here's the Grand Sovereign Commander and the dual 33s. And let's take a look here from a video I posted way back, well over a decade.
Sorry, I'll make the video quieter. Someone said it's a little loud compared to me.
With the Pope. And take a look here, what we see here with the symbolism, the skull and bones. And here you see the Pope in this train doing the Masonic hidden hand.
Not the Masonic hidden hand. It's a thing that's been in photos or portraits for a long time. It's just a common, like, thing.
Think about it. This man is a Freemason through and through. And here's some old photo, again, doing the hidden hand symbolism just like the Pope did. Make no mistake about it once again. Now, that gets in the video that I was talking about earlier. With the whole topic of Flat Earth. At this time, in 2016, I was making Flat Earth videos for about a year, and I said how the Flat Earth topic would go mainstream. Take a listen to this very short dialogue, but they're definitely planting a seed for what is to come with the whole
that Leonardo DiCaprio
Flat Earth topic. Let's get right
to Wretched Recess in here.
To it. Again, it's a very short snippet, very short clip, but again, introducing the Flat Earth into the mainstream. And this is basically where it all started with the recent Flat Earth movement.
There's an Italian cardinal who's a papal frontrunner whose name is literally, wait for it, Pier Battista Pizzaballa. He should just keep that name. He should just be Pope Pizzaballa the First. That's fine. I want a Pope to go real hard with it and go, I'm Pope Judas the First. Eat my ass.
He thought that
let's see what happens.
The Earth was still flat, so it represents.
And you just
it is Leonardo DiCaprio. My abilities to spot Leonardo DiCaprio have improved greatly after watching the Wretched Recess videos. Thanks, Wretched Recess.
Father as Leonardo.
There's a new Wretched Recess video today, chat, and you're never gonna believe who she thinks is Leonardo DiCaprio now.
DiCaprio talks about Flat Earth. He's doing this circular motion with his hand, like the AE map, the Flat Earth model, and the circling sun. Make no mistake about it. Talking about hand symbolism, let's take a look.
Flat Earth on the bingo card and spurious symbology on the bingo card.
Again with Leonardo DiCaprio.
E0, thanks for following.
And the Pope. And just take a look at the Masonic handshake between the two. And more symbolism, as always, right in plain sight with the staff, with the two serpents. Basically the phallus symbol, the two serpents. And what is this?
Did you just say it's a phallic symbol?
Serpents. Basically the phallus symbol, the two serpents. And
maybe he said phallus symbol, I don't know. Forrest Espion says, since we're on to the topic of the popes, Hannah, do you think in our lifetime some justice, forever jail time for all the pedo priests? Probably not. Not a nice answer, but it's like, there you go. Kokomo Crazy with 6 months says, good lord, 6 months already? Where does the time go? Apparently into watching this stream.
And what does this remind you of? Obviously, Baphomet, the goat god. And just take a look here. Let's get a little bit of a close-up.
Goals.
And obviously the symbolism is identical. There's no mistake about it whatsoever. Even a blind man can see this. One of the same. Again, they speak through symbolism. Same thing with Pope Benedict And this one's a bit tougher to spot, but with eagle eyes, you can see symbolism in plain sight. Take a close look at the staff. And what do you see? Their Masonic goat god, Baphomet, in plain sight. And here it is side by side. Clearly, this is the goat's head with the horns. And what is this all about?
The serpents represented health and medicine. They can mean different things in different contexts. That's the thing about symbols, is they don't have a universal meaning. So yes, serpents wrapped around a staff like that has been representative historically of health and stuff, which is why you'll often see that symbol used in hospitals or ambulances. Stuff like that are related to healthcare. What was that in Greek mythology? Was it the staff of Hermes or something? Or was it something else entirely that I'm conflating?
About, it tells you who they serve and what they're all about. From this Bible verse from Matthew 20.
And just a peach with a dollar tip said, could Catholic clerics join the Masons? Could Catholics even join the Masons when he was young? I don't know. It's certainly an organization that actually requires you to be religious, but America has historically been very Protestant. Excuse me, been very Protestant, and through the mid-20th century was not great about Catholic people, so I don't know.
5 verses 32 33.
Either way, were the Freemasons a thing in Italy at the time anyway? Or Argentina, where it said he grew up?
Through 33, and this is referring
Masons allow Catholics, but not the other way around? Okay, gotcha.
Jesus speaking, all the nations will be gathered before him, Jesus, and he will separate them one from another as a shepherd divides his sheep from the goats, and he will set the sheep on his right hand, but the goats on the left. This is why they select the goat as symbolism. Clearly, as you see here, the same thing with this infamous church on the very cover with the goat's head clearly. So make no mistake about it. Again, when it comes to symbolism,
it's a goat's head because historically Satan has been depicted as a goat-like entity. I think that stems from bastardizations of images of like Pan, other classical Greek mythical creatures into Satan in Christianity during the Middle Ages. But like, I could be off on that. Either way, Christianity created the symbology of the goat's head, you know, relating to Satan, not Satanists.
I mentioned the goat, obviously. Now let's take a look at the serpent symbolism when it comes to the Vatican itself. And what do you see here with this one particular auditorium with the Vatican? Obviously the two eyes of a serpent, the serpent's head, even the fangs in plain sight. Clear as day. There's no mistake about it when it comes to symbolism once again. Now this is something else I covered about a decade ago with the Pope in front of Congress. Pope, he does a specific hand sign when he mentions God. He only does this once.
Wow, what's wrong with my voice today? Lennon Cat says, the snakes on the Pope's staff are part symbolism of Moses turning a staff into snakes to show the power of God, John 3:14, and as Moses lifted up the serpent in the wilderness, even so must the Son of Man be lifted up. Gamer G says, has anyone in the conspiracy circles pointed out J.D. Vance met with the Pope and the Pope died yet? I know it's been joked about, but has any conspiracy theorist talked about it? Apologies if it's been covered. I'm late. Yeah, this guy mentioned it a little earlier. He didn't go into it a bunch, though. Nemesaur, thanks for gifting 10 tier 1 subs and kicking off a hype train, 8% to level 4, and a hydrate.
And which god is he referring to? Let's take a look at this clip. It's very revealing.
Us directly to God.
So when he talks about God, the only time he does his hand sign, which is, of course, the 666 hand sign.
They're literally accusing the Pope of not being Christian.
He mentioned...
And to be clear, I know that there are some Protestants that don't think Catholics are Christian because they're wrong, but he's doing it in a very funny way.
God. So let's take a look here. And to further demonstrate how the Pope is an antichrist, there's many antichrists But who's the actual Antichrist, time will tell. But let's take a look at this article dated October 28, 2014, where the Pope says God, not a magician with a magic wand. Basically, denying the power of God of the Bible.
I think he was probably more saying that you can't expect God to fix all your problems, because that's not how it works. I would argue that's because God doesn't exist, but, like, regardless, it's demonstrably, you can see that you can't just ask for something and magically get it. I'm assuming that's what he was getting at there. He's the Pope. I don't think he's saying that the God that he believes in doesn't have power.
Let's take a look going down further, where he states, this is from the Pope himself, when we read about creation in Genesis, we run the risk of imagining God was a magician with a magic wand able to do everything. But that is not so. He's regarding to evolution, and obviously evolution is a creation by the Vatican itself.
Not. The Vatican does accept that evolution is a thing, though. The Vatican does not hold a position of young Earth creationism, which is a reasonable stance to take because young Earth creationism isn't evidence.
Nothing but a band of deceivers, just like all those that make it on top.
Is he conflating the fact that the Big Bang Theory was originally, like, theorized by a Catholic priest? Maybe he's conflating it with that?
Of this very satanic world stage. And to conclude, people really need to understand the language of symbolism with everything I've shown. There's definitely more to come out of this news story. Stay tuned.
Bearyat, thank you so much for following. Lots of follows today, thank you. 8% to level 4 on the hype train with a minute and a half left. We're getting closer to this month's sub goal. Consider subscribing if you haven't already. Let's see what we're gonna do next. We'll do one more video and then we'll take a look at the bingo card. Oh boy. You know what, let's just get Wretched Recess out of the way. Let's do it.
Hey everyone, this is a very, spontaneous video. I am working on homework. It's my last day of this class. I'm typing this, big final paper, and I'm trying to pretend like I'm having some fun, so I have Black Mirror on.
I would never be able to write a paper and watch something at the same time. I would love to read her paper. I wonder what class she's in.
Season 7 is incredible. If you watch this channel, I'm sure you are a fan of Black Mirror, or at least
hey, Carpcosian.
Are familiar with it. If not, you
Quasispec, thanks for 3 months. 30% to level 4 on the hype train with 30 seconds.
You have to watch Black Mirror. This season 7.
She's in college? That's what she says. She says she's in some kind of class, at least.
I have to say, is incredible. This might be my favorite season yet. And I'm sitting here half watching, half typing my paper so I can finish up this homework. And all I hear is Leonardo DiCaprio's voice. I am a bit of a Leo fangirl. I think that's pretty apparent from this channel.
He thinks he sounds like Leonardo DiCaprio.
But I really feel like I'm onto something here. So this is the series finale.
Thanks for the hype train, everyone.
Here, this is the name of it. USS Callister Into Infinity. And I didn't think I would love
You've heard this
episode.
season is the worst? See, I disagree with that. I liked this season. Do I think it's the best one? No, but it's the best in a couple seasons, at least. I think it's quite good.
First, because it was giving me, at the beginning, kind of Star Wars or Star Trek vibes or something. And I'm not really into that. I never got into that whole thing at all. But
Boo!
I was wrong. This episode is
people don't have to like the same things as me. I don't care.
Great, and it's actually about cloning. So let's figure out who this
kind of clones on the bingo card since she said it, but the episode's sort of about digital clones, not biological clones, but sure, close enough.
Person is, because I'm as I look away from the TV, I hear Leo's voice. I also get Matt Damon vibes. So,
everyone is Leonardo DiCaprio and everyone is Matt Damon and they're all the same person and we're all Leonardo Damon. We're all Leonardo Damon.
investigate. Here are some of the season 7 episodes, and I literally just binged this entire series this week. I need you guys to watch number 3, this Hotel Reverie. I hope I'm pronouncing
Hey, Holy Input.
That right. That was one of the best episodes of like any show I've ever seen ever.
See, I find that interesting because we've talked about before how when she transvestigates, a lot of the time it feels like it's because she's attracted to women but is uncomfortable with that. So she needs to pretend in her head that they're secretly trans, because to her that means they're not real women because she's a transphobe. So I do wonder, because if you don't know, the episode she said is one of her favorite things ever is an overtly lesbian romance story. So that's of note. I'm not saying anything. I'm not making conclusory statements. Just interesting that the episode that she said was one of her greatest things she's ever seen is a lesbian romance episode.
I'm not even kidding. It was that good. If you like the Twilight Zone, I would say it is right up there with some of the best like Twilight Zone episodes I've ever seen. Number 3, Hotel Reverie. Please watch that. If you are not familiar with Black Mirror, this show is about like...
It's like saying your favorite poems are by Sappho. True.
Everything...
It reminds me of how my... No, this is... Hey, you guys don't know who my mom is. It's fine. My mom used to... I'm pretty sure my mom was into women to some extent, because she'd talk about how much she wished she could, like, move in with, like, her best friend and just, like, live with her and just, like, be, like, a couple, but, like, not sexual. Definitely not sexual, even though she's kinda into that anyway. Never mind. KF Logan, thank you for the raid. Kevin, how you doing? Welcome, raiders. If you haven't, make sure you check out KF Logan. There is a link in chat. Hello, raiders. Hope y'all had a good time over at KF Logan's channel. We are doing Tinfoil Tuesday. We're taking a look at various conspiracy theorists and the weird stuff they believe. We're also playing Conspiracy Bingo, so if you'd like a card, use the bingo command. And the first person to get a bingo gets a free gift sub. It's a lot of fun. We hang out and watch this stuff every week. Right now we're watching a conspiracy theorist talk about the new season of Black Mirror.
With advanced technology, like what could go wrong, right? It's basically, you know, I feel like, which is horrible, like giving you a glimpse into the future of like advanced technology and like how messed up it is. I mean, we've already seen that in our own lives, but this just takes it to the next level. And coming from a truth conspiracy standpoint, you know, we've learned along the way that like movies basically tell us the truth. So it's kind of like you're
predictive programming on the bingo card.
You're sitting here wondering, like, you know, does some of this stuff already exist?
Believes sci-fi technology exists on the bingo card.
Another amazing episode was Plaything. Oh my gosh. It's about this...
That was the Peter Capaldi episode. That was a good one.
Like early 90s video game, and it's so good. Like, I need you guys to watch this season. If you like me and this channel, like, you're gonna love this. But yeah, back to this USS Callister into Infinity. There's like a crew of people that are owned. So, like how that could be.
Sorry, I'm just skipping to when she gets to talk about the guy. You don't need the context of the episode. It doesn't matter.
And you can see right there, like how that could be Leo or Matt Damon. I've made other videos how that might be the same person. I don't know. But yeah, this guy, this is a really cool character. His name is Bob. Bob is a very good actor. And like I told you, I was like looking away from the TV, trying to get my homework done. And
her favorite character is the Psycho. I get the vibe that she didn't see the first episode of USS Callister, because this episode is a sequel. And this character is like a psychopath who actively tortures people for fun. And she said it's her favorite character.
Like, all I'm hearing is Leo.
Like, he murders children, effectively, in a torturous way and makes their parents watch. Like, what the fuck?
Voice. Now, This actor, like, supposedly, this is an actor named Jesse Plemons. Excuse me, but...
Yeah, he plays pretty good at being creepy. His big breakout role was in Breaking Bad. Played, I think, people called him, like, Creepy Todd. His name's character was Todd.
That looks exactly like Matt Damon, right?
No, he does not look like... He does not look like Matt fucking Damon! Doesn't look like Matt Damon.
And we've seen pictures where, like, it could be Leo or Matt Damon. I'm just going to show you guys some pictures. That looks like a young Matt Damon, but this guy sounds just like Leo. And if you've seen my Stillwater Mindfuck, that video, that's how the movie Stillwater was a Matt Damon movie. But it, like, throughout the movie, it looks like Leonardo DiCaprio.
Does she know Leo has gained a lot of weight? Does she know Leo has gained 30 years since her last mental image of him was taken?
Like, half the time. All right, so... All right, here's where things get really good. One of you guys told me, I think it was Can't Get Right is the username. One of you guys told me that Leonardo DiCaprio plays the character of Philip Seymour Hoffman. This guy, Jesse Plemons, hold on, like, Leonardo DiCaprio is going crazy right now. He's, like, running around, I think, because I keep saying his name, Leo.
H-Baird with a link. Let me take a look.
Matt Damon.
And Stone Corbell with 50 bits says, woman obsessed with Leonardo DiCaprio hears and sees Leonardo DiCaprio everywhere. News at 11. I haven't really thought about it, but that is her thing, is transvestigation and Leo-vestigation. She just thinks many male actors are secretly Leonardo DiCaprio. Does she acknowledge or admit DiCaprio's aging? I think she has.
This guy, Jesse Plemons, got cast to play a younger Philip Seymour Hoffman.
I could see that. That's not a bad cast.
And this is just an example of how these people just play in our face like, oh yeah, we're going to cast him as the younger whoever, but it's actually the same person, in my opinion.
She thinks he's Philip Seymour Hoffman and Matt Damon simultaneously.
Jesse Plemons to play former movie dad Philip Seymour Hoffman. Okay, and this was just published on April 25th, yesterday. And is this like a coincidence that, you know, Black Mirror season 7 is out and it's with this guy, Jesse Plemons.
Doesn't know what a conspiracy or doesn't know what a coincidence is on the bingo card?
Who sounds exactly like Leonardo DiCaprio, and now they're talking about him playing his former movie dad, Philip Seymour Hoffman, who one of you guys told me is Leonardo DiCaprio. I almost said DiCaprio. That's him. Yeah, so this is probably just an excuse for me to take a break from my homework, but I wanted to tell you about Black Mirror Season 7. It is absolutely incredible, and please watch this episode. I think it's episode 6. I think there's only 6 of them, and this is the finale. But yeah, this is Bob. He's very suspicious. It's very Leo, Matt Damon, and watch all of season.
Yeah, they did a sequel to USS Callister Densetsu.
7.
It's all right. I didn't like it as much as the first part, but it's all right. It gives a conclusion for the characters. Maybe leaves it open for a third part if they decide.
It really is that good.
Why does she think particularly all these actors are DiCaprio? Is it just a fixation? I mean, she named her cat Leonardo DiCaprio. Like, yeah, I think it's fair to say she's got an obsession with Leo. And there's nothing inherently wrong with, like, liking a particular actor or anything, but, like, she is, like, laser focused on him to a level that feels uncomfortable.
Sorry that if this video is, like, kind of all over the place. Like I said, it's very spontaneous. I'm watching this show and trying to get this work done.
Cute kitty.
This is Sasha.
Oh, another cat.
You guys never get to see her. Good girl. I'm glad you guys enjoyed those YouTube
Weird to like an actor that likes to date women half his age, though. Yeah.
Shorts I posted. They were the smug vintage eunuchs of Sears.
I want to be a Sears smug vintage eunuch. Fuck.
I had to call them smug because, like, they know exactly what they're doing. And, yeah, we'll have...
These cartoon people know what they're doing. You smug monsters without testicles. That's what she thought after looking at this cover. That's not good. That doesn't bode well for your stability if you look at this and go, you smug eunuchs, I know your secrets. Oh no.
Have some more fun with these books in the next video. I've got to get back to this work, and I'm in this musical right now. I've just been like really busy, but I'm really excited this class is going to be over and I'll have more time to just be weird and make videos. So see you in the next one. Watch that show and leave me a comment. Let me know what you think. Okay, bye-bye.
All right, let's take a look at the bingo card. Oh, good. The sub goal finally updated. It's like behind for some reason, but it finally did. Hooray. Glad I didn't have to manually fix that. That would have been annoying. All right, we have flat earth on the bingo card. We have spurious symbology as evidence. Gematria. Incorrectly believes evidence is self-evident. Believes sci-fi tech actually exists. Clones. Dead celebrity is actually alive for the Pope. The Pope is a celebrity, I would argue, or at least close enough. What else? Satanic. Doesn't know what a coincidence is. Predictive programming. Illuminati, Freemasons, Cabal. And Mark of the Beast. Woo! That's a decent amount. Anything I missed? I think that's it. I think I actually pretty thoroughly was able to do it that time, so. Alright, let's see what we're looking at next. This is only 3 minutes long. This is called Humans Visiting the Moon, and it's a channeling session. I think he's gonna ask an alien about going to the moon or something. Uses AI on the bingo card.
There are some that are assigned certain roles that, yes, require them to venture to the moon on a somewhat consistent basis. Now, do keep in mind when we describe them as venturing to the moon consistently, this may be that they take a trip to the moon and then they are there for 6 months to a year.
Yes, believes they speak to aliens regularly on the bingo card.
Sometimes longer. And then they are able to travel back to the Earth. There are humans that do this through their own means, outside of your usual systems of organization. So there are humans that simply do this. They have the means to do this. They have the capabilities of doing this. Some of them are a part of very ancient lineages, unbroken lineages that stem all the way back to that inner Earth origin.
Open your eyes? You can't contact the aliens if his eyes are open. That's how this works. The eyelids are the antennae.
Point we mentioned. So there are some humans that do this through their own means, through their own connections. Some of these connections, modern civilization, as you understand it, is not completely aware of. There are also those that are a part of your Earth human surface population, through certain programs, are able to travel to the moon for assignment. So this has been done. This is currently done. And the idea is many of the things that are.
Are we fucked? Man, my voice is really not doing good today. Are we fucked? I'm gonna go with no. Let's go with no. We'll be hopeful today. No, we're not fucked. We're gonna be fine. In fact, in 10 years, we'll look back at all this and go, remember how fucked we felt? But now things are better.
Are slowly being revealed. They are slowly being disseminated. So many of you have heard of this, some humans being brought to the moon for different reasons, be it through their own means or through the systems of societal organization.
Wow, I've never heard someone talking to aliens sound so boring before. All right, moving on. Ooh, unicorns.
Hey everybody, welcome back for another video. Today we're going to be talking about unicorns and connections to royalty and even old world architecture. So it should be interesting. Let's get into it. Now I actually got started down this path by looking at these older Renaissance medals from largely the 1400s, but they feature unicorns. And before I get back into the unicorns, I just want to mention that these medals also feature some really unique looking individuals and even some of this headwear, which I've seen in these Renaissance paintings, but I hadn't observed them in artifacts like coins and medals. So it was really good to see them on these medals. These are just some more examples. And I've got a few of these.
Is he going to argue that because a unicorn was depicted on a medal, that it must mean it existed? We put fictive things on stuff all the time. Just because it's not real doesn't mean we don't depict it.
These examples of this particular woman on these medals, again, just featuring the hairstyle and the headwear, and just really stands out when you see this for the first time. So I just wanted to mention that real quick. But getting back to the unicorns, there is this museum, I believe it's in Manhattan, once again in New York City, the Met Cloisters. And there are these tapestries referred to as the unicorn tapestries, and a bit of a mystery once again surrounding them. And before I get into the mystery, I should just mention
the mystery is that the artist and royalty that commissioned it were unknown, not that unicorns were real.
And according to a few articles I was reading, this artwork is considered to be among the greatest artworks in existence. And some of the mystery is that even though they were created 500 years ago, it's unknown who the artist was and even who it was for unknown.
What does he say? He said even though it was 500 years ago. 500 years ago is a long time for something to be maintained like that and not be destroyed over time through wars or fires or just the minutia of fucking entropy. Like, it's not that surprising that we don't know. We don't have good documentation on the vast majority of objects from that period. What are you talking about?
Known royalty in Western Europe. So a lot of unknowns for what some people would consider the greatest artwork in existence, or one of them anyway. So
recognize it from the opening of The Last Unicorn. The Last Unicorn fucking slaps. What a good movie.
Wanted to pass
when the last eagle cries and the last something mountain
that along to you guys. And sticking with the unicorn and symbolism, in heraldry, the Scottish unicorn are always depicted, shown with gold chains wrapped around them. And the question is why? And according to this article that talks about the unicorn being Scotland's national animal, with regards to that question, they say they don't actually know for certain. So once again, a bit of mystery, but it is believed that this was a way of showing the power of Scottish kings. So it's just something of note to mention there. And there's this mixture of influences when you look at
things like tapestries, moths, and sunlight have destroyed a lot of them. Now, that's true. Sunlight will damage stuff. If you leave, like, Blu-rays in direct sunlight, they'll get fucked up over time from sun damage, which is unfortunate because there's a window right there. Someday I want to keep all my movies in a room with no windows, zero natural light. It'll be good. Hannah mentions Blu-rays on the bingo card.
Coat
Shit.
of arms, a mix of French and
I'm
English.
strictly talking about the cases, of course. I don't know if discs sustain any kind of sun damage. But the art is important.
English symbols and phrases. For instance, you will find the fleur-de-lis associated with the UK coat of arms, and even a couple of French phrases. So this English and French mixing. Now, there are official explanations why that is, and we're gonna...
Did the lion and the unicorn use the channel to hook up?
Get into that, but I just wanted to mention that these phrases in French, one of them translates to God and my right, and this other French phrase, shamed be he who thinks ill of it. And they're just mentioning how this stems from the historical influence of Norman French on the English court after William the Conqueror's invasion in 1066. So I find the dating of all these things very questionable, and even the Norman period in its entirety.
The random guy on the internet with no formal training in history of any sort doesn't think the dating of these things that he has never looked at himself and wouldn't know what to do with them even if he did. He thinks that the dating is wrong. You know, the dating that was done by actual historians with years of training, and they've probably published papers, and they, you know, cite why they believe the things they do. But this guy thinks they're wrong, and he said it on the internet, so... Take that, academia, you stupid humanities bitches.
I think is very questionable. So I don't know if I agree with what the official...
Yes, vibes-based conspiracy on the bingo card. Polysaturated lipids, thank you so much for 40 months of using Prime to subscribe.
Explanations are, but I just wanted to share them, and I just wanted to bring this up because if our history is actually different, then maybe there are actually different explanations for this mixing, and this is going to become a bigger issue as I get further into the video. There's this particular structure, once again, in Manhattan that features this structure called the Red House.
Well, that's good to know. I won't leave my discs out in the sun to tan.
Which I think might be one of these old world structures. And what is of note is that it is a mixture of English and French Renaissance styles. And it even says in this write-up talking about this location called the Red House that it feels...
This isn't about the conspiracy, but I think that house is ugly. I think that building is incredibly ugly. It looks like you took a children's drawing of an apartment building and just literally made it. The windows are too big. The frames on the windows are incredibly bold and bulky and distracting from the rest of the facade. Just my opinion, though.
It's more like Elizabethan manor house. So if indeed this is an old world structure and it's older than they're telling us, and there's a mixture of English and French styles, so maybe the history was a bit different than we're being led to believe. And
Phoenix says I also get destroyed in the sunlight, but that's just my fair skin. You know who you're talking to? Look at me. Look at this. You know how hard it is for me to get the white balance right on my camera because of this shit?
On this structure, you will even find, again, the crown salamander, which is linked to the French king, King Francis I. So you will find this crown salamander, which might actually be a dragon, but you'll find this symbol on several buildings in New York City, in Manhattan, I think specifically. I know of at least, I think, 3 examples, and they're not always by the same architects, but you'll find this symbol on 2 other buildings that I'm aware of that are French Renaissance. But this building in particular isn't just French Renaissance. It leans more towards the English Renaissance revival style. But again, you're seeing the same symbol associated with French royalty. So that's why I think it's interesting that the UK...
Your ancestors are Irish and British, so you hate yourself.
Coat of arms has all these...
And steal your own potatoes.
These French symbols associated with it. So maybe if our history is indeed different, there might be another reason why you're seeing a lot of this mixing of phrases and symbols, in my opinion, right? And again, these architects who I feel maybe were assigned as the creators of this structure were told that why the architects, Hardy and Short, were inspired by Renaissance era England and...
Do salamanders count as reptilians? No.
France.
We do have a reptilian thing we're going to watch a little later, though.
isn't clear. So these architects were just building on these French Renaissance style structures, English Renaissance style structures, yet we don't quite know why. And I think it's because maybe they didn't actually have a part in it. So that's just my opinion. But, you know, getting back to the unicorns, we can find other structures once again in Manhattan, the one-time headquarters of the Royal Insurance Company. And there is a unicorn and this clock. And I don't think in this example, this unicorn is chained, but there are plenty of symbols associated with royalty on this particular structure. And what I noticed, a lot of these old world structures, they tend to use a lot of terracotta, this architectural terracotta, but I don't think this unicorn is chained in this particular example. But I just wanted to mention it because it features a unicorn. And on this structure as well, a lot of these lion heads on the 3rd floor. And I think I've got a depiction here featuring these lions. So again, lions, unicorns, and these symbols, they are prominent on a lot of structures, old world structures like the fleur-de-lis, lions, crowns, and I do think some of the histories that we're given are incorrect. So that's why I find this stuff very interesting. What else I wanted to mention here is that there is just outside of New York City in the city of Yonkers, I've talked about this place, Untermeyer Park and Gardens, and there is this old gate which features this unicorn and lion once again, and at some point it got decapitated. But there are a lot of these symbols that we associate with royalty.
I wonder if someone stole the head. Like, did they decapitate it and steal the head and take it home, and it's like in someone's house now?
And coats of arms scattered throughout.
That's a dick move.
This area and associated with these mansions. And I wanted to point out that Untermeyer Park and Gardens, it's minutes away from this other state, Lenoir Preserve, which I think there were 2 mansions on this site. Now I think there's 1. And it's next to this other estate called Alder Manor. But there's this wall that features a lot of these coats of arms. And a lot of these places feature coats of arms and things you would associate with royalty. Yet the history seems a bit different. So just wanted to mention that here.
I don't like him because I wish he would just come out and say, I believe in Tartaria and also I believe in unicorns. Say it, man. Say it. All right. Did that. What do we got here?
Namaste, Galactic family. Welcome back to the channel Indigo Angel. Come on into this dimension and come on in just for a quick chat that I want to have with all of you, as there's so much going on at this
Sorry, I'm very yawny today.
time. And me personally, I've been kind of moving my schedule around a lot. So I just wanted to share with you guys where I'm at and kind of give you a heads up on all of my significant changes that are
Am I sure I'm not a sadist? No, masochist. Thanks for asking.
happening. So, just seeing myself for the first time on video here. Happy to be with all of you. I'm just sitting out by the pool right now. It's kind of a overcasted day right now.
No, we've not covered CC, and there's no CC today. He hasn't posted in weeks. He does that. He'll just have weeks at a time sometimes where he doesn't post, and then he'll come back and post again like normal, and then he disappears.
Sun keeps coming and going a little bit, you could say. And, but it's nice and warm down here in Pensacola, Florida right now. So,
of course she's Floridian.
Finally getting to sit out in my dresses.
For those who haven't seen us cover her before, she's got some beliefs.
And all of my warm clothes, basically. It's been very nice to finally not have to kind of cover up when you come out, right? It's feeling good. So I wanted to let you guys know Qatar is still on the radar for grid work. I did postpone it though till May 6th, just because I have been getting intuitively some significant hits and downloads that there's still a lot more information that needs to come forward with Qatar. And there's still like a lot of deep diving that I need to do in terms of looking at.
Just a Peach with a $1 tip says, rich people would pay artists in the 1900s through 1990s for them to make them a coat of arms, so what people have them on all sorts of things.
Sacred sites in Qatar, which
oh, so what? People have them on all kinds of things.
There are very many. It's actually very much a desert. And I don't think there's a lot of like well-known sacred vortices, but what I have been getting, that a lot of the information and intel that's coming through with Qatar is definitely very political based, very much in the center of the draconian hive intelligence systems and surveillance systems. That this is
Reptilians on the bingo card. Draconian is reptilian.
Connected to surveillance systems worldwide, which is some scary stuff, you guys, that I've been learning about this, that there's been a lot of investments in global surveillance systems. It makes me wonder if there's not some sort of universal surveillance watch that actually happens in Qatar, this being very much a draconian headquarter location. So yeah, very much tied to the negative AI, black spiral, artificial wave intelligence of the Draco technology on the planet.
Word salad on the bingo card. That sentence was probably hard to form. You could feel her struggling through it.
Planet, basically, all going back to Qatar. So, there's a lot that I think is still revealing itself, and so I just wanted to hold the brakes on that and just push it out a little bit till May 6th. So if you think you're gonna want to attend that Qatar gridwork mission, just be sure to check out.
Is she going to Qatar for this?
The description of this video. Go down and click on the link and be sure to.
For those that don't know, basically there's a subgroup of conspiracy theorists like her who are into this woo-woo stuff, and they think that there's spiritual energy portals connected to like way lines all over the world, and sometimes they think that these things can get blocked either unintentionally or through malicious forces doing it, and that this is detrimental to the spiritual energies of the planet, which they think are important to human existence. So they basically do their woo-woo mental bullshit. They think they have psychic powers, and they psychically battle in order to clear the blockages in these psychic portals. I know it doesn't mean anything, but it makes them feel very special, I would imagine.
Sign up for that mission. If you have some intel to bring in for Qatar, I'd greatly appreciate it. I do feel like we will have...
Qatar is a slave state. It's probably because their portal's all clogged up. The minute she gets there and unclogs the portal, I'm sure they'll go, wait a second, slavery's bad. Let's stop this.
One divine sister who's actually located in Qatar that's going to help us with that mission as well. So
okay,
it's always really
so
good.
Yeah, they are going to at least have a person in Qatar.
To have an anchor when you're doing grid work at the location site, so that way you can tap into that energy to send and receive energy for the person that's on site, right? So you can kind of get your clearing to go through the ley lines and the grids much more intentfully and more powerfully. The only concern about having someone on location is that because it is such a high surveillance and I guess you could say probably anti-remote viewer, anti-spiritual development.
That is funny. Imagine you go to Qatar to do this like woo-woo bullshit and you get like arrested for like blasphemy or something because like you're doing something that might be considered, you know, casting magic or something. I don't know how severe like their laws are on blasphemy or like doing things that are religious outside of the scope of like the state okayed religion in Qatar.
In any way other than through the particular draconian caliphate faction, so to speak, that...
The draconian caliphate. Oh boy. Okay. So, She just thinks people of different ethnicities are aliens. Okay.
Any other type of spiritual work is definitely not accepted type of thing. So just having to do things discreetly, having to do things a little bit more on the down low, if you get what I'm saying. But it's not like anything we're doing is negatively intentful in any way. If anything, we know that the intention in grid worker missions is to support the higher evolution of consciousness, and it is to essentially stabilize those grids and clear that Archangel Michael ley line, because really at the end of the day, it's very interesting how
why isn't Archangel Michael doing that? It's named after him. Is that not on him?
Scalig.
This is what you found when you look it up. World Cup host, what pagans should know about the do's and don'ts of Qatar. Yeah. Yeah. Any public I do know, obviously we know about the public displays of affection, them being, you know, against gay people. Was there something specifically in this about paganism? Because I know it said what pagans need to know. For witchcraft, there we go, found it. As for witchcraft, the Qatari Penal Code includes a provision that punishes witchcraft with a prison sentence of 15 years and a maximum fine of $55,000 US. The human race is such a joke. I hope next time I get born as like a squirrel or something. This is bullshit. Where did the thing go that we were watching? What were we even watching? Where is she? There she is.
Ireland all the way down to the St. Michael's Mount in Cornwall, United Kingdom, runs all the way down to Carmel, Israel, and then all the way down and through Doha and Qatar. So yeah, if you keep following that Michael ley line down, it runs through Qatar, and that's very significant. That's something we actually need to pay attention to, right? That's something that we need to take into consideration with clearing the entirety of the Michael ley line instead of just I think stopping it in Israel. So I think we're bringing a lot of things full circle. I know there's a lot of detrimental frequencies that we're going to be working to dissolve. A lot of it has to do with the inversions of the patriarchy and patriarchal domination and control, patriarchal demon seeds, in terms of what it's doing to the collective, in terms of the holy wars and the greatest separation wounds of humankind. And these are the places where a lot of the hocus pocus is just popping off.
I'm gonna say not accidentally based, because her reasons are not good reasons, I don't think.
A lot of the...
I think her reasons are anti-Semitic reasons, not anti-imperialist reasons or anti-genocide reasons.
Black magic is just saturating the desert timelines and the hourglass timelines and the draconian seals.
The hourglass timelines. Wow.
I wouldn't be surprised if this isn't a point that they are, in the grids, that they are controlling the Draco seals from these locations, particularly. All the Draco seals that have been implanted in the North and South Poles, all of the Draco technology that has been created to artificially time warp and alter time perception on the planet, calendrical systems, and even knowledge, altering biblical texts and things like this, which is where we know that a lot of things have been essentially altered to fit particular narratives to keep the collective under the warfare mindset and the antagonistic enemy patterning that is running through the biblical narrative. And so a lot of these things, I feel the Archangel Michael ley line has greatly contributed, but when you look at Doha and Qatar, I think that significantly plays a role on how they're manipulating seal systems in the body, how they are really running almost like a brain scrambling and artificial amnesia.
Hannah, sincerely, please remove the Draco seals since you're the queen of reptiles. I don't think I will. If you're good at something, never do it for free. Lennon Cat says, her talking about this reminds me of this. I was literally going to make a reference to this earlier. It has the same cadence at some point. Yeah.
Recent polls have shown a fifth of Americans can't locate the U.S. on a world map.
This is like a classic viral video. Wow, this is almost 20 years old.
Why do you think this is?
Because some U.S. Americans don't have maps.
I personally believe that U.S. Americans are unable to do so because some people out there in our nation don't have maps, and I believe that our education, like such as in South Africa and the Iraq, everywhere like such as, and I believe that they should, our education over here in the U.S. should help the U.S. or should help South Africa and should help the Iraq and the Asian countries, so we will be able to build up our future for our children.
Thank you very much, South Carolina.
If I ever choke that hard in front of AC Slater, immediately give me a samurai sword to rip open my own guts. Not in front of Mario Lopez! No! Probably gonna tell Kelly Kapowski about it. I can't handle that kind of rejection.
Because honestly, I don't think that this amnesia that we all suffer from in humanity is real. I think this is an illusion. I feel this is some sort of technology that they've installed, that this isn't our...
Have I died of laughter? No.
Natural and innate state of being to forget and to be subdued by... I guess you could call it cultural erasure, because that's essentially what amnesia is being weaponized for, is to culturally erase civilizations. As we know, they did it to Tartaria. As
Tartaria on the bingo card.
We know that they're trying to do it to the Anglo-Saxon bloodlines and the European bloodlines currently, as we speak, Germanic and France.
No, I didn't see that. The trolls win, boy. It doesn't surprise me. He seems like he's probably done drugs. He's the one that thinks all football is rigged.
And
Icky Neko says, squirrel costume when? Actually, I will be getting some new costumes soon, because it's been too long, and budgets were real tight for some months there, but things are getting a little better, so I should, in the next month, be able to get some new costumes. Normal Gamer Gal, thanks for 19 months of subscribing, says, I missed the stream yesterday, and I'm so disappointed. It was my birthday. Happy belated birthday. And I love the meme stock stuff, so it was perfect. I watched the stream after, of course, so thanks for the birthday gift you definitely weren't aware of. No problem. Squirrel Girl costume. I don't know if I'm thick enough to pull off Squirrel Girl.
Also Spain and, just everywhere in Europe right now, basically. Ireland, Scotland, right? All these places. So I think a lot of
if I put on a Squirrel Girl costume, it would be too powerful. None of you would ever listen to anything I had to say again. You'd just be staring at my body.
Stemming from Doha and Qatar, that there's some sort of devices that they have down there that they can operate and tap into.
That's Baja's
the Draco
job.
Seal set system, running planetarily, altered time, again, create these amnesic frequency loop patterns that make people forget who they are, and also surrender to invasion, surrender to takeover, and subdue their cosmic will, subdue their divine will, and also...
No, I don't regret that.
...also subdue their alpha...
Okay. She can fuck off. She's not saying anything. Let's get something a little more concrete. I feel like we've had lots of, weird esoteric stuff. Can we get something that's, obviously not true, but, Something a little more concrete. Sure, medbed people. Medbed people are more concrete. Think. This one?
Roxy here, and today we're going to be talking about Medbed technology and what it is and how to access it in the Starship.
In the Starship? Wow.
So guys, medbeds are around on the media at the moment, being talked about online, discussed in groups, and there are so many amazing healing modalities coming through at the moment. It's an exciting time to be alive, whether we're looking at different devices to help us to monitor.
These people freak you out. You can tell that they're very much monitoring how they look constantly to be like, I gotta smile. Gotta smile.
And influence our proper sleeping patterns so that our circadian rhythms can move back into balance, so that each night you get restful sleep with your brain down in those theta and delta levels to ensure you really get the healing that you need when asleep, and then the theta and alpha levels to ensure that you're mentally refreshed and sparked. And there's a lot of apps, there's a lot of devices that you can get online that monitor your brain rhythms, and you can follow along doing the exercises.
I feel like he needs something to get rid of the S's. You know what I mean? He's getting a lot of getting a lot of, what's that called? There's a word for it in audio engineering when you're getting the really hard S noises.
And they're absolutely brilliant with helping you to feel refreshed at night. But then
he looks like he's reading a script. He might be, or it does look like he's looking at the camera, so he might have a teleprompter thing. They make ones you can just buy on Amazon that basically you can have a script on your phone scrolling through an app. And then there's like a piece of plastic or glass that you put over it, and it'll reflect the script onto it. So it's sort of like a at-home teleprompter thing. Sibilance, thank you.
During the day, focus and concentrate more in your day-to-day activities. There are new devices that go under a person's mattress, which gently pulse electromagnetic energy through the person, helping to aid their sleep, and they are being called Medbed.
Okay, new idea. We find one of those people that thinks that they have a sensitivity to EMF, and we have them sleep on beds that have those under them and don't tell them, and then we reveal to them, hey, your illness is psychosomatic.
Beds, but
I'm sure that'll go great, right? That's how that works. I'm sure that wouldn't go badly.
It's helping the person during that beautiful time when we're resting and sleeping. There are amazing healing pods and vibrations.
Is it weird that
resting and sleeping?
Is it weird that I actually think this looks incredibly comfortable, like being surrounded in like a bed bubble?
There are amazing healing pods and vibrational devices which are using combination of sound, frequencies, different light technology. And I know my father has been using a light device which is flashing pulses of electrical light and energy in different sequences into the eye, and noticing he is sleeping better, he's feeling more connected. Roxy loves to use that one as well. So my point is, there's a lot of new and exciting information around, and then there's, of course, there's the beautiful ones.
I'll have you know, Moss Sloth, I've never been diagnosed, so RFK can't put me on his list.
That have been around for thousands of years. Reiki, energy healing, people who are going along and, you know, working with perhaps.
I have a friend who learned that because her mom is still into woo-woo bullshit, and she had her go take those classes. So I have a friend who is certified in Reiki healing, and she knows it's bullshit, and it's kind of funny. Bittergrin says, if he had a med bed, why do the bags under his eyes have bags?
Color puncture, acupuncture, or working with other types of healing modalities to help the person to...
Need to stretch your legs out when you sleep? Nah, just curl into a ball. Ball up.
Experience better health. One of the things we have found, though, that is becoming more and more important if you want to work on your health is to focus on the principle that your body doesn't lie. the manifestations in our physical body that we call poor health, whether that be anxiety, hypertension, back pain, neck pain, migraine headaches, could be ulcers, stomach upsets, you get the idea. All these things that could go wrong with our physical body. They are often an indicator that there is some sort of unresolved emotional issue or mental aspect of ourselves
Is he claiming that every illness is psychosomatic?
Is causing heat, a grinding, a dis-ease within the mind, body, spirit complex, and the actual physical...
The mind, body, spirit complex, or as I like to call it, my body.
Manifestation is really the tip of the iceberg of what is going on, because we're a four-part...
I'm going to put that on my resume. I'm the manager for 30 years of my mind, body, spirit complex.
Being, right?
Yeah, so I love Pete's analogy of the four-part being. It's if you can imagine a jet plane and there's 4 engines, and you need all 4 engines before you can take off and ascend. And so there's the spiritual, the physical, the emotional.
I don't know about takeoff, but at least in cruising, you can actually lose a decent number of engines on a plane and be okay, depending on the plane.
And the mental. And
not ideal, obviously.
So we have to have all 4 in alignment in order to ascend. That's why we're here, guys. If you're listening to this video, you're a light worker, you're a way shower, a light warrior, and we love you. You're doing a great job. So in our sessions, we've been taking people to the Starship, a Galactic Federation ship connecting.
You're taking people to a starship. Okay, this was boring so far, and I was actually about to maybe click off, but you have my attention. Tell me about the starship.
With Palladian beings and Octurian beings, we remote view our consciousness and take the light body to the ship.
Oh, so you sit around and close your eyes and play pretend. Okay.
And we're able to access these advanced technologies. There's some advanced technologies that are on the planet that are...
Oh god, the way he's just staring into my soul.
Also on the ship that we see, and we go, oh, that's on the ship.
Oh, the smile!
And, like these devices.
Look at how white those goddamn veneers are.
Coming out in physical form on the planet.
He's just slowly like shaking his head yes too.
Helping people. We have heard a lot of confusing information about Medbed technology and the elites using them, and they're only for them and they cost lots of money and all of this stuff.
Sorry, now I'm hyper focused on all of his movements and him just staring directly into the camera.
I don't know what's going to happen in the future, whether the public will have these Medbed technologies. But what we have to look at is the 4-part being, the 4 jet engines, okay? The physical, the spiritual, the mental, and the emotional body. So in our sessions when we're taking people...
D. Walker says, gonna be honest with you, Hannah, when you put on some of these folks, the shit they say makes me think I've had a stroke. Do you smell any eggs?
To the light ship, the Palladians, they're not fixing us. We aren't fixing you with technology. You are guided to look at your emotional trauma, which in effect helps your physical vessel release density out of organs, out of your cells, out of your bones, whatever you've had, to release that program or false belief that's sending signals to the body that something's wrong.
The areas where this can show up the most can be in emotional dis-ease or mental dis-ease, being out of balance.
Oh, disease, dis-ease. Incorrect word etymology is evidence. We can move on. Ugh.
Right? So like I said, everybody on the planet has melanin, but everybody doesn't have the light energy spectrum of illustration of melanin. Everybody doesn't have carbon. So
people usually smell toast when having a stroke, not eggs. I knew it was something breakfasty.
You got everything on the planet has melanin, but everybody doesn't have carbon. So you got to read that.
Fun fact, everyone does have carbon. All life on Earth is carbon-based. We literally could not exist without carbon. We are carbon. We're sacks of carbon filled with water.
Book right there that basically demonstrates.
May I introduce you to the entire body of organic chemistry?
Everything that I'm basically saying, right? So now when we get into remember, I told you this is why certain, especially black children, melanated children, whatever you want to call it, like I said, this is why 1 million children have gone missing every year. This is why our political figures are so valuable to these creatures. Because like I said, they control the simulation by a way of a exchange of fortune. They need a certain genetics in order to unlock these portals, right? Because when you understand that the archonic forces are basically the custodians to planet Earth, right? Meaning that they only have temporal power. They don't have the genetics to ascend, and the people who gave their power to, they don't have the genetics to ascend. So they got to extract the vitality of the chosen ones and the star seeds in order to unlock certain portals in order to escape, right? That means that they're stuck in the lower fourth dimension, these archonic forces.
This just sounds like Elder Scrolls lore.
Right? Because in order to leave the simulation, in order to leave their own simulation, what happens is you got to have the energy.
And then Lorcan found out he was being tricked and attempted to escape Mundus.
The frequency of a soul, right? You can only leave this planet by way of the alignment of the heart chakra, right? Because the heart is how you escape the simulation. They don't have the emotional energy. So that's why everything within Western civilization, as far as technology, it mimics the energy of humans, right?
What do you mean technology mimics the energy of humans? In what way? Can you explain?
So it's a form of energy extraction, and they upload the neurons from the body from technological radiation.
Damn it. Okay, never mind on the incorrect etymology. Nemesaur corrected me. Thanks, Nemesaur.
Into a neuromorphic cyber cloud. So this is why artificial intelligence is being controlled by archonic forces who live by way of the electrical energy of technological devices. They live through these technologies, basically.
How did they live before technology? Bittergrin with 100 bits says Magnus attempted to escape. Lorcan was the trickster, maybe, or maybe Lorcan was Akatosh. Okay, I gotta catch back up with my Elder Scrolls lore. Sorry.
So either one of you want to kind of elaborate more on the genetics and the DNA that's necessary to activate these technologies?
Analogous to the sacred geometry that comes out of water and cymatics. When it gets a higher frequency, it gets more complex. I've literally watched it happen, dude. It does turn into a fucking spaceship, like a cockpit. This thing's like a plasmoid. And
what turns into a spaceship?
It becomes sentient, and it's like part of you. But it does manifest holographic instruments, like a fucking fighter jet and a HUD, HUD HUD. It's just, it could go off forever. But yeah, that's their whole goal here for the most part. They can't ascend through this organic process of reconnecting into this cosmic web of shareable consciousness and love light energy, I guess you could say, that's keeping everything alive, sustaining all matter. They literally separated from that, cut off certain chakras. They went blocked. The DNA.
More understanding of Eastern religions on the bingo card.
It gets corrupted over time. And then when they die, they lift out and stay in the frequency they were at. So a lot of them get ensnared into the lower astral, and fucking, emissaries of the higher forces, 5D mental plane will come and be like,
dimensions beyond our own on the bingo card. Sheesh. Hacking it out today, huh? Alright, I have to use the bathroom real quick while I'm gone. Cher will tell you about... In My Skin, a body horror film from the French New Extremity movement in the early 2000s. Ooh, ah, ooh, ah. She rips up, she watch it. I think it's on YouTube, actually, if you want to watch it. I think it's on YouTube in full. Anyway, I'm gonna pee. Be right back. Warning, if you do watch it, it's disgusting. Like, in a good way. It's a body horror movie. That's what you want. But it is disgusting. Alright, be back. Need to get you a fish to watch? What? Are my Blu-rays not enough? Not a fan of body horror movies. Understandable. It is a very specific thing. What was I gonna say? Oh, random side note. Have any of you guys been watching season 2 of The Rehearsal by Nathan Fielder so far? Because that man is nuts. And I love him. Ugh.
Right, you guys may remember Klaus Schwab, head of the WEF. He's stepped down and they've got a new guy that's taking over. Let me show you who that is real quick. Remember the Freemason emblem? Look at the down triangle. That's the all-seeing eye. That's the eye that they worship, which is the pit. Now watch this. Here's the guy that's taking over for Klaus. Let's take a good look at this guy. That's the guy taking over for Klaus. Interesting eye, isn't it? I find
kind of looks like he had some burst blood vessels or something. Maybe he fell down. I don't know.
Find that
he could have a genetic thing. I don't know if that's a thing.
Fascinating. I was wondering if that was just some random picture, and it's not. Apparently, this is some. This is the guy's actual thing on his eye.
Okay.
Following Schwab's sudden resignation, the World Economic Forum has named Peter Brabeck Lekmath. He's the ex-CEO of Nestle as interim chairman, a man who once said water is not a human right. Interesting.
Yeah, he's a shitty person. That doesn't mean his eye means is evil. Judge him by his actions, not his injured eye. What in the world?
Okay, so there's Klaus.
I always find it interesting, the hate that they have for, like, the World Economic Forum, but not, like, for the right reasons. Like, as far as I've seen, the World Economic Forum basically seems to be a forum for rich people to go and to decide how to best exploit labor globally over the next 10 to 50 years. So yeah, they suck for that. But, like, they're not satanic. They're just rich assholes who have their own best interest in mind and are incredibly myopic and short-sighted.
His replacement.
Are doing, but it changes us.
The difference of this fourth industrial revolution is it doesn't change what you are doing. It changes you if you take a genetic editing.
Right. And what could have possibly...
Do you think this guy has enough crosses in the background? 1, 2, 3, 4. He also has an XY on his wall. That's interesting.
Possibly been that genetic editing that they were talking about. I'm looking for some of my props. What is that genetic editing you're talking about that everybody's going to be doing, Klaus?
Just as an example, It's you who are changed. And of course, this has a big impact on your identity.
A big impact on your identity, because our identity is hidden in Christ, and it's been hidden in the down position within the system. I've shown you 1,000 times, but now it's become so evident and self-evident that it manifests itself. I don't even really have to show it to you anymore because it's in plain view and it comes right out of their own mouths. Now,
that's definitely believes evidence is self-evident, but we already had that on the bingo card.
Let's take a look at the Pope. The Pope died. Remember, the Pope was in a hospital with double pneumonia. Remember double pneumonia with the Pope? And he was in Twins Hospital. Let's just lock in on two of those pictures real quick. Sorry about that. Let's see. We're having a little bit of a lag. And so, yep, the Pope was in, let's see, Pope Francis updated issued as, Pope Francis update.
Noah Site says, I love how none of these people have a problem with Elon's brain invasion company. There's actually many who do. I haven't covered him a lot recently, but there are plenty of channels that see Elon Musk as evil, that see Trump as evil, even in conspiracy circles, because a lot of conspiracy people are just suspicious of power all around. Not necessarily just like a partisan thing, but they are suspicious of people in power, and right now, Republicans are in power, Trump is in power, Elon has power, so they're heavily suspicious of those things.
Issued as he remains in hospital with double...
Conspiracy theorists follow a lot of base mental rules and heuristics, but their specifics of their beliefs vary. It's not a homogenous group. There are partisan conspiracy theorists, some who favor the left, some who favor the right, tends to favor the right, but I'm not going to say there are none who favor the left. Like the Nasara thing we watched that one time that had the guy who was the fan of Bill Clinton and stuff. You know, he's not a leftist, but, you know, he's liberal. But yeah, it's not a hegemon. There's a lot of disagreement about the narrative within conspiracy circles, and they have their own little sub-communities.
Pneumonia. To breath. Isn't that interesting? The word pneumonia. And then he was in the Twins Hospital fighting double pneumonia. Well, now we all came to find out that right after he met with J.D. Vance, which the people on the left are actually trying to insinuate that J.D. Vance had something to do with his demise, which is...
Not literally. It's a meme, it's a joke. It's like the couch fucking thing. It's not like they really think that, at least not the vast majority of people sharing stuff like that. I don't usually share stuff like that just because I find it to be an empty gesture. Like, oh, we're all just gonna... I don't get it. But, like, it's not bad either. It's a joke, it's a meme.
The level of insanity and delusion that's taking over the world. So, the Pope passed away the other day, but what I'm here to show you is a barn burner. Now, this is it. This entire ministry has been about putting the rock back together. It started out the night I got saved with the Lord showing me, read the tags in the closure carrying. It said 100% nylon. I thought I'd lost my mind. I looked at the ceiling and said, that doesn't make any sense. And the Lord told me to turn the word nylon upside down, just turn the shirt over 100%, and then turn the word nylon upside down. And it said no line. And the Lord communicated to me, the truth is the exact opposite direction of the system you're in.
Oh, this poor guy. Oh no. He's like gone. I'm gonna move on. I don't feel very good covering this guy. He's clearly like very gone. Good luck to him. I hope someone around him helps him get some help. Woo! Moving on. Oh! Did you know KFC is evil? I should have put this in the title. This is the Kentucky Fried Conspiracy.
Sunday dinner. There's just something about Sunday dinner that makes it the best meal of the week. Maybe it's the steaming bowls of mashed potatoes and thick brown gravy. Maybe it's the tasty tender chicken fried up golden brown. Whatever it is, Sunday dinner is it. The best meal of the week. Only one little problem. Ever try taking it places? Like church socials? Like church socials?
I fucking want KFC so bad now.
These are ball
Someone give me a KFC famous bowl. Chat, give me a tip so I can buy a KFC famous bowl.
games. Announcing the Portable Sunday Dinner by Colonel Sanders. The Portable Sunday Dinner by Colonel Sanders. He cooks up Kentucky...
It says, notice the key words like church services and Sunday dinner. It's clear that Christianity was the main target back then.
fried chicken in his kitchen, then packs it up in his handy bucket. All you do is pick it up. Imagine, the best meal of the week travels everywhere, every day of the week. Okay, Colonel, hit the road.
Are there any nutters claiming Wendy of Wendy's is Jezebel? I haven't seen that. Sorry, my neck hurts. I'm just stretching it out. Is it supposed to be ominous because it's the Colonel in Russia? Wonder what the Colonel is doing at the pyramids, just like Aleister Crowley, and why have this picture in the dining area of his franchise unless it's a message? It's just pictures of the founder of the fucking company on vacation. What? Oh no. This cheerleader on... Oh, wait, no. The Colonel doing this, they think means... Like, what do you... I mean, what else are you gonna do with his arms? I don't know. It's like being like, hi! But also you could do that, I guess, though I think it would be harder and it wouldn't look as good. You can't do this, because it's a float, and, you know, how you gonna do that? It would hit everyone in the audience. I don't know, man. That would explain his tombstone and his gravesite. Honestly, his tombstone should be a bucket of chicken. Like, I know that maybe that's, like, a little silly, but if I was known for being the Colonel, I'd want a bucket of chicken as my headstone. Notice the Masonic pillars. They're just pillars. Pillars existed long before the Freemasons. They're fucking Roman. Wait, did the Greeks also have columns? Oh yeah, it's got a Freemason thing. He was probably a Freemason. That wasn't uncommon at the time. It's a men's fraternity. Makes sense. White suit to hide flower, double-breasted. White suit, angel of light. Ah yes, the Colonel, aka the Angel of Light. Makes sense. How could I have missed it? Obviously, Chicken Man is Lucifer. Oh, be prepared to cringe, by the way, because at some point in this video, he goes into the KFC and, like, seems to harass the people working there to try to get the recipe for the chicken, because I think he thinks there's, like, people in it or something. So get ready for that. It's legit. I've covered this guy before. This KFC commercial was recently released. What is the lesser magic subliminal message they're trying to say? Is this an AI ad, by the way? I've seen this, like, kicking around. Did they use AI for this? It's just very weird. female John the Baptist from KFC appears in the wilderness. Wait, why do you think she's John the Baptist? She's a woman and not baptizing anyone, and her head isn't even on a silver platter. Just a Peach with a $1 tip says, according to the rest of the story, the chicken was the only thing he did right. He even failed at kidnapping his kid from his ex-wife because he fell asleep. Wait, seriously? The KFC man kidnapped his kid? That's funny. A little bit of Kentucky Fried kidnapping.
Jealous? You just?
I'm gonna skip to when they go to the KFC and start talking to the people.
First health effects, such as headaches, too, to improve the dextrin development of...
Like with the flowers.
So what exactly is in this KFC food and chicken? Human DNA? Poisons? Let's find out from the source.
And then like with the flowers, just like the seasoned flowers.
Well, no, see, I seen videos online where there's...
See, that's online, bro. You can't believe everything you see.
But that's why I'm here. I want to know what's in the chicken.
I can't tell you the ingredients, but I can tell you how, like, it's just regular seasoned flour. Like, ain't no ingredients. Like, there's no special, like...
But just, look, I'm not here to give you a hard time. But look what you just said. There ain't no ingredients.
Like, ain't no special way. That's what I'm saying. Like, I can't give you the exact ingredients what's in it. Like, it's just, like, it's whatever the flour...
I would imagine at KFC, whatever the 11 herbs and spices are, I'll knock off 2 for you. Salt and pepper. Boom, we did it. Now, 2 of them down. Whatever it is, I'm sure it just comes in a package that says, like, special seasoning, KFC chicken seasoning. I don't think the guy necessarily knows exactly what's in it.
The seasoning say on the box. That's what it is. Like, I don't have a list.
Yeah, he literally just said it. Just says seasoning on the box. That's probably a trade secret for them.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, paprika. There, you can find, like, taste-alikes online. The only thing you're probably not going to get is more or less the exact ratio.
That's what I mean. Can I see a box? I just want to know about, for example, there's certain chemicals called, there's one MSG, for example.
MSG, okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like, can you see if there's MSG in the chicken? That's one I need to know. How you doing?
Is he freaking out about MSG? Are we redoing this health scare? MSG is delicious, and it's fine.
Look, there's no MSG in the chicken, but if you want the ingredients, my boss says you can look online.
Where can we look online?
I guess like Google it or something.
Google it or something. I need like an actual like source, like on your website. Like, can you direct me to it? Because I mean,
I can't wait for Olestra again. That'll be good.
Most places, if
my stools have been far too firm.
You know, people, for example, some people have allergies. Some people.
Yeah, and if you tell me what allergies you got, then I know.
Well, let me finish though, right? Some people have allergies. Some people have religious beliefs, right? Because some food has like pork in it. Yeah. They don't know. You know?
All right, man. Well, if they won't let you know what's in it specifically, then I guess just don't eat there if that bothers you. I don't really know what to tell you.
You know what I mean? Like pork, grease, or lard, or some people just don't want certain food chemicals put into their bodies.
Right. Okay, then I wouldn't recommend you eat fast food ever. I'm very particular about the chemicals that go into my body. Now it's time to go to KFC. What the fuck? Sounds like a you problem.
So
By the way, we're about halfway through the stream now. We are doing a longer stream today, so if you like it, consider gifting subs or subscribing if you haven't already. We are only 29 subs away from this month's sub goal.
What I wanted to do, instead of just, because right prior to you telling me to Google it, you told me, when I told you online, what did I say to you? I said, there's videos and people saying there's certain chemicals. You said, that's online, you can't believe it. But now you're telling me to Google it.
No.
Yeah, Google their website and they'll give you as much of the information that is publicly available. He's not telling you to go look at random assholes' TikToks for the ingredients.
Ingredients, like you can probably Google the ingredients, like if you go to KFC or some shit, but like as far as like giving you a list or like telling you, like if you sit up here and tell me you're allergic.
Miles, thanks for gifting 5 memberships on YouTube. Thank you very much. Anyone who just received a membership, you can join us in the next Patreon and YouTube member only stream. So that's cool.
To Coke, was it peanut oil? I can tell you we don't use peanut oil.
I get that, but there's more than just allergies why people want to know.
Yeah, we don't use pork in it.
Okay, and if they don't tell you what's in it and you're concerned, don't eat there.
None of the other stuff, sorry.
It's like he thinks KFC needs his business. They don't. Go away.
Again, so there's no printout of...
The Colonel's nephew revealed the 11 herbs and spices in 2016. It's not even that big of a deal. Like, it's fried chicken. It's not even that great fried chicken. It's fine. But, like, no offense, Popeyes exists. Bittergrin says it's literally on Wikipedia with a draft of the proportions. May not exactly what is used today. Yeah.
For the nothing, for the chicken.
No, sir.
So, can I speak to your manager about a better direction?
Boss, hold on, give me 1 second.
Boss, the dipshit wants you to come up and be part of his video.
How's life going for you, man? How you doing?
Give me 1 second, bro.
What's your faith, man? What's your faith? You believe in Christ?
Oh, we're proselytizing to the KFC cashier now. Great. Great. That's what I want to do at work, is deal with psychos coming in and trying to use me for content.
For the Savior? Amen. Amen. I'm researching these things because I've seen some videos, and
Trey says, to quote a con woman, it's like you want us to give you the secret formula to Coke to prove there isn't arsenic in it. True. Theranos founder, Elizabeth Holmes.
Yeah, no doubt. Praise the Lord. How you doing?
How you doing, sir? Praise the Lord.
I'm blessed, man. I was just requesting an ingredient sheet.
The way that some Christians say, like, God bless you in a passive-aggressive way is so fucked up and funny. Like, the way they'll use these niceties, but in a way that's clearly, like, a fuck you.
Just so I can clear up.
I know you got salt pepper. I don't know about the ingredients.
That's kind of strange, man. Everybody
they got 11 herbs and spices there. It's a secret.
They can leave that out. I just want to know if there's other things involved.
No, it's chicken in the herbs and spices. There, you happy, cunt?
What I'm saying?
Like what?
Oh, there's certain chemicals. There's certain, GMOs. There's pork additives. There's a whole lot of stuff that restaurants use they don't say, or they use in different terminology.
They don't tell us.
Again,
it's 11 herbs and spices. Secret.
Avila says, as a Christian, hate that. Feels to me like that would be taking God's name in vain, doesn't it? Is using it for, like, some passive-aggressive petty shit.
We don't even know.
Non-expert says my research. Yes, non-expert says my research on the bingo card.
That's what I'm saying, though. But what I'm saying is the seasoning
Are those little cherry pies? They got little mini bite-sized cherry pies now?
aspect of it, I would be respectful if they were regular seasonings. Like, for example, if you open up a restaurant and you got 11 special seasonings that are natural, like thyme, oregano, I ain't gonna mess with you on that. I want to know what else. You get what I'm saying? Yeah,
it's all normal shit.
I'm talking
it's
about.
all
The
normal
other
shit.
Stuff other than
like he thinks they're putting dried fetus flakes in it.
Actual natural ingredients with herbs and spices. Huh?
I'm to the boss. We're gonna try to get the ingredients sheet so we can just pass it out to people want.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm here. I'm just
legitimate, you know.
Yeah, like because when I was asking it became odd, like because I was very open and honest. I said I've been seeing videos, and in these videos, people are saying they're reading off some ingredients that's low key sketchy and unclean on spiritual levels too.
On spiritual levels, great. You can go to another restaurant. Go literally anywhere else. Church's Chicken, right down the street. You're fine.
And I simply came here to ask. I want to see that. I want to know what the ingredients is. I want to see a sheet. And
he may mean unclean in the sense of kosher and or halal.
Said, well, that's online. You can't be believing everything online. But then he comes back and tells me to Google it. That's kind of an oxymoron. That's contradiction.
You're kind of an oxymoron. No, what he said was you can't look at random internet sources and believe them. He said to go to the KFC website and look at their list of ingredients.
You don't tell me.
I'm gonna ask the head lady about it and see what she says.
Yeah.
But I think it's a legitimate question. We need to add a little card to let people know.
I appreciate you understanding.
I never thought about it.
Because KFC been violating lately with their commercials. They being very disrespectful. So it caused me to do some research. Yeah. They did now they trying to disrespect the gospel. You know? Oh yeah, they got a new commercial where a woman is playing the role of John the Baptist. They take a man down to a river of gravy and baptize him. Like, they getting disrespectful.
I want to be baptized in gravy. That sounds fucking delicious.
Yeah. Yep. And then they got another. Huh? What?
That gravy is hot.
It's a commercial. It's a river of gravy. It's not meant to be a frying.
Yeah.
I don't know. What's your faith? Are you a follower of Christ?
Go away! Why is the manager still talking to this guy? I used to work at restaurants when I was younger, in high school and college. Any of the managers I ever had would have kicked this guy out 5 minutes ago and been like, man, don't eat here. You're out. Go. Ridiculous. Overthought says, next week he finds out what the Taco Bell meat is really made of.
Do you believe in Jesus Christ?
Made of other partially eaten taco meats.
Yeah, I'm a straight up Baptist. I believe in Jesus Christ.
He's the Lord. He's the Almighty God.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm doing my research, because once they start disrespecting the Most High God, because they have this new thing that their new slogan is,
hey man, this is a KFC, not a church. Your religious beliefs are your own, and maybe, keep them to yourself. Maybe just go away. Maybe stop harassing people at the KFC because you were offended by an ad. Does he think the people at this KFC store made the ad?
There's nothing to believe in.
Generdy with 60 bits says, as someone who worked in customer support, this makes me want to share the most what the fuck person I ever dealt with. Man claimed he bought a PSVR, but he was cheated out of a game, and the staff opened the box for no reason. Contacted the store manager, and well, 1, it clearly said on the box the game was a download. 2, the staff opened the box after he insisted, and 3, he told the manager to call security on his, then said don't bother because they were his friends. He did not get a refund. That's funny.
Anymore, so why not believe in chicken? Why not believe in KFC? It's like put your faith in chicken. It's disrespectful.
Hey man, life's gonna be full of people disrespecting you. People have different viewpoints, people have different beliefs, and some of those are going to come in conflict with your own, and it's going to feel disrespectful. But you're an adult, so you got to just be like, hell, that's that, and you move on with your day, because there's billions of other people on this planet that you're going to have to interact with, and it's not always going to be pleasant. They're not always going to share the same beliefs as you. You just got to deal with it. I really don't know what to tell you. I live in a country where 30% of the people in it just think I'm an evil pedophile for existing and wish I was dead. I still have to get up every day. You're complaining about a fucking chicken commercial, so I apologize if I don't have any time or sympathy for your privileged bullshit. I just don't. I just don't. After that man walked away, they had me waiting around for the manager.
I'm not trying to be, you know, I'm trying to go. I just want the list of
Then
ingredients
go!
so I can see. You don't have one. But I thought he said the manager was going to try to find a list of ingredients.
Oh, she is looking for it.
Oh, she is? Thank you. I appreciate it, man.
Asshole.
I was trying to explain that I don't like assuming things. And I document things. I do certain documentaries, videos. And rather than assume, because I've heard a lot of things online, I wanted to know what's inside of the chicken. I don't care if...
Inside of the chicken?
Well, let me explain.
Okay.
As far as what's used in the cooking process, right? And I was saying that as far as like a secret recipe, I understand that as far as its normal natural stuff like thyme, oregano, paprika. I don't want to know about no 11 as long as they're natural and organic and righteous. But I'm talking about
righteous. I need the righteous herbs,
things,
not the wicked herbs.
That's included. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
That's all I want to know. I'm not trying to give y'all a hard time. But like when I first came up, I let it be very clear. I said, hey, I've seen videos online. And he said, well, that's online. Like basically saying like you can't believe everything, but then he comes back and tells me to Google it. Is that not a contradiction?
He was telling you to Google it to get to the KFC website. Are you a fucking idiot? I'm sorry. I'm mad. I'm so tired. I'm so tired of people making content and being intentionally obtuse. And if they're not being intentionally obtuse, and this is literally the level of intelligence, they should not be allowed to make videos. Like, what are we doing?
If he mocks what I'm saying about seeing online things, people saying...
Stone Corbell says, I'm not trying to give you a hard time, said everyone who's ever intentionally given someone a hard time.
There's certain bad ingredients within KFC product, and then comes back and tells me to Google it. He's telling me to do the very same thing.
No, he's telling you to look at a source that isn't crazy people on TikTok.
That he was mocking me about. That's all I'm saying. So do you have a list excluding the 11 herbs and spices? You don't have nothing to provide a customer.
Chicken, flour, salt.
Do you have a source, an actual source? Because if you tell me to just Google it, it can then become hearsay, misleading things. I'm just trying to be as accurate as possible.
Such an asshole.
Do you have an actual source on your website to show all the ingredients pertaining?
They're only the things you can find online. That's it.
Where online though?
I mean, you can search like recipe, secret recipe for KFC, seasoning chicken. That's it.
But they don't. Okay, so when you dump the flour and you dump all the ingredients, it doesn't have a list of the ingredients out.
No, it just says seasoning.
Side of the 11 so-called.
I find it wild too, because like, in his head, if they are putting human DNA in the chicken, does he think it's listed like salt, paprika, onion powder, human flesh, garlic powder, M8, you know, like, what does he think it's gonna fucking say? You think they're gonna secretly put human meat in the chicken, and they're gonna list it on the package? Doesn't even make sense. He just wants to be a fucking douchebag and harass people.
Herbs and spices. It don't have ingredients on the box. You're shaking your head no. That is strange.
It's not. It's their secret. Like, Coke, for instance. Coca-Cola says contains water, caramel color, phosphoric acid, aspartame, potassium benzenate, natural flavors, potassium citrate. But see, it doesn't say specifically what the natural flavors are. A lot of things do that. They won't be specific because they're trade secrets. Coca-Cola has a trade secret, which means that their formula is hidden. Or the ratios, correct.
You work here. Don't you find that strange? That you don't know what's being put in the food?
No! I worked at McDonald's for years. You think I ever gave a shit to look at what was in this shit? I got paid to go in, underpaid, and make people food. It's not my job to care. It's not my job to look into it. The fuck? Janerdy says, to reassure I didn't just deal with jerks, two of my favorites. One, the guy who said no to a new game for a discount because he forgot our shop opened some cases for display copies. Last I heard, he was going to see if the offer still stood. Two, managing to fix the download code for a kid on Christmas Day, and the kid giving me the cutest thank you I've ever heard. Oh. Fun fact, Coke never patented their formula because they would have to disclose it for public view. Yeah, and one time someone actually stole the Coke formula and tried to sell it to Pepsi, and Pepsi reported them, and they got arrested and in a lot of trouble. Which, like, duh. Pepsi doesn't want to make Coke, they want to make Pepsi. What the fuck?
What I'm saying, you can search on online. Whatever things they show you, that's the ingredients.
Yeah, I actually did know that, Zytam. I had seen that. Yeah, the KFC got the guy a painting that's like him riding the... Oh, no, don't click on that. That's gonna go to Twitter. The picture of him riding the Colonel. Normally you have to go to other parts of the internet to see people riding the Colonel. Sorry, where did Cringe KFC Man go? I lost him. There he is.
Okay, well, okay, so if I Google that.
Pepsi didn't want to get in trouble for corporate espionage, you mean? No. Pepsi, even if Pepsi had the formula for Coke, they're not just going to make, look, we have new Pepsi, and it tastes exactly like Coke. They have their own market. Like, people who like Pepsi don't drink it because it's just kind of different Coke. They like Pepsi. You know what I mean? It wouldn't make sense. They don't want to make Coke. They make Pepsi. Their market share is based on the fact that they're Pepsi.
And it says that, but your actual bags of ingredients don't have the ingredients, but Google is going to have it. You see how that don't make no logic, no sense? But anyways, I know y'all are working. You're not the owner of the company. I'm not here to give you a hard time. I had some legitimate questions that didn't get answered, so I have to document.
Pepsi is nasty, only Coke is good. I'm fine with both. I like Coke better, but...
that. Well, we love you guys, and I just want to let you know that Jesus Christ is coming back soon. I hope you all know.
Wow, no one's ever heard that before, sir. Thank you for your very original message about Christianity.
Know him, that you're savable, that you repent. And I know you're just working hard to feed your family, but you might want to research the company you're involved with. That's all I'm
Okay, you're trespassed from the premises. Don't come back again, please.
saying. You know, have you seen some of the recent commercials? Well, then that tells me a lot about you, because those who
What a fucking douchebag. Alright, moving on.
Statements of clarification. Science. Space sciences that propose to pierce Earth's magnetosphere, opening portals to other dimensions for the purpose of interdimensional travel, or that attempt to dissolve the separation between the spirit...
When I worked fast food, did the ingredients come on papers that went to the manager's office? No, they didn't.
and physical worlds, disrupt the balance of life on Earth. Therefore, supporting, perpetuating, maintaining, or dabbling in these sciences is a criminal violation of natural law. All interstellar...
Until it's natural law, because she has to enforce it.
Interdimensional wormholes and portals are now sealed. Developing, supporting, consuming, or disseminating misleading, secret space or extraterrestrial propaganda violates...
Is this scientism? No, I don't think so. She's not saying it's a religion. She's just saying she's banning sciences she doesn't like.
It's natural law. The use of any science that manipulates the ionosphere, magnetosphere, or plasma plane disrupts...
We did in the early 90s. We had ingredients lists, but they weren't at the managers. They were in a different thing. We had lists of ingredients for things, but they were in a booklet in the back, but not the manager's office.
It's the balance of life on
So
Earth.
he did have lists of ingredients for like allergy stuff, but
And violates natural law.
I don't know how often it was updated, to be honest.
The use of any technology that infiltrates or manipulates any of the cosmic or ethereal planes violates natural law. All forms of physical or energetic abduction violate human autonomy and constitute criminal violations of natural law. The use of particle accelerators or high energy particle experimentation violates natural law. The use of ground wave emergency network communication systems, GWEN, violates human
What do
autonomy.
they call children secretly in the ingredients list? Human. Human. Pretty close to human, but people don't question it.
And is a criminal violation of natural law. The use of high-frequency active auroral devices, or HAARP, interferes with the Earth's ionosphere and violates natural law. Spraying chemicals in the sky or atmosphere to manipulate or experiment on the public, or
chemtrails on the bingo card.
for any other reason, poisons life systems and is a criminal violation of natural law. The use of free energy generators that utilize sacred geometry energy gathering invokes unknown energetic influence and violates
Oh, that's funny. She's banning fake science, too.
natural law. The use of orgone accumulators invites unknown energetic influence and violates natural law.
That's a fucking wizard.
Weather or atmosphere manipulation disrupts natural life
Does she think that scientists are wizards?
systems and violates natural law. The covert use of airwave frequencies to manipulate emotions or thoughts violate human autonomy and is a criminal violation of natural law. The use of thought-reading devices invades privacy and violates natural law. The use of thought installation technologies violates human autonomy and is a criminal violation of natural law. Cloning interferes with natural life systems and violates natural law. Genetic manipulation.
Whenever people like this say natural law, if you're confused by what it means, by the way, when they say natural law, they mean whatever their personal beliefs are should be considered objective, and they don't want to think about why they believe the things they believe. They're just objectively true, like physics, so they just don't have to argue. They just call it natural law. Everything they believe is true, and there's no reason to even question it. It's like gravity. It just is.
Upsets natural life systems and violates natural law. Implanting inorganic devices in the human physical form interferes with the integrity of life systems and violates natural law. Implanting inorganic devices in non-human animals interferes with the integrity of life systems and violates natural law.
I've heard natural law and God's law interchangeably in opposite circles. Yeah.
Any experimentation that disrupts natural life systems violates natural law. Covert gathering of personal data invades privacy and violates natural law. The use of archetypal energies, music, sacred geometry, or any other technology to create portals invites unknown energetic influence and violates natural law. Farming practices that utilize life force energies, such as biodynamic farming, invite unknown energetic influence and violate natural law. Perpetuation of indoctrination programs and propagandized science violates natural law.
Ooh, dancing robot. Oh, and a dragon for some reason. Alright. It's a vibe. Okay. You violated the law! Surrender now or pay with your life.
Architect. All right, so travel. Interdimensional Meditation Astral Travel Report for April 27th, 2025. Meeting with the Intergalactic Architect. All right, so today is April 27th, and yesterday, Saturday, April 26th, we once again had a live guided interdimensional meditation. As we do every Wednesday and Saturday at 8:30 p.m. live streamed on this channel. You can also watch them after they've been archived on the live section of the channel. So we did another live guided meditation. I did not know what was going to happen. I did have my light being friends show up earlier in the day, and they let me know that it was going to be a powerful meditation. And so they were,
There used to be a natural law party, went defunct in the 2000s. Yeah, I've covered them briefly before. Some of their ads were pretty interesting.
When that happens, if they say it's going to be powerful, you can bet it's going to be, extremely powerful. It was for me. I can't speak for anybody else, but these meditations are getting more and more powerful all the time. So we went, and as always, I don't always remember what happened. So please put in the comments section what you remember if you did the meditation. If I miss something, I'm sure there are things that we did that I don't remember. So please, it helps me fill in the blanks in the comment section. And let us know what your experiences were. What happened for you? What
engagement bait detected. That's a really good point, Jason Proxy. Everyone in YouTube chat, leave me a comment about how you feel about engagement baiting.
What words were spoken to you? What energies did you receive? What did you see? What did you experience? I'd really love to hear that. Also, if you want to have...
Tell me your favorite insert thing here so I can read them, says a YouTuber who's never going to read your fucking comment.
A personalized, channeled communication from ETs. I am doing these channeled personal guidance from interdimensional ET light beings. And to get those, go to channel.thunderwizard.com. I'm going to keep this 50% off, but the 50% off is only for those who allow me to video the channeling and allow me
shilling on the bingo card, shilling scamming,
to put it up on the channel. So that's the payoff. I give you half off, you let me show it to other people, because it's very important, I think, for people to understand what is really going on here. It's very helpful. If you don't want that and you just want to have a channeling and you want it to stay private, you can get one of those two at channel.thunderwizard.com for the full price. All right, so let's just get into what happened yesterday. All right, so meeting with the Intergalactic Architect. So first we did the Hool breath warm-up, as we always do. And then this is what I remember. You tell me what you remember. We traveled up the crown chakra light shaft beyond Shiva. Now, I wasn't expecting anything like this. I didn't know there was anything beyond there. So we're getting into stuff that I don't think we in the third dimension can even begin to comprehend. And that was kind of the feeling, like things were getting set up for us so that we could go there and experience it. But
is it wrong that you dig his goatee? No, as long as it's that in isolation.
Normally we wouldn't even be able to access these kinds of things in our, normal astral body. So we went all the way up through, out of the crown chakra, up through the light, up through all of the dimensions. We made it up to Shiva, and we went through
I swear to God, the drugs these people take must just be fucking bonkers.
Shiva out his crown. And yeah, that was, I mean, I was like, okay, I have no idea what's going to happen. It was an interesting adventure. All right, so we entered into this room of light with the architect. So this, the way I remember it is that a space was going to be created for us, like I said, so that we could experience it. And then we could communicate with this being who I was calling the architect. And so, again, what was your experience with that? Let's see, what did we do? So we entered into the room of light with the architect, and we were given energy transmission from him. So the way I remember it was the...
Okay, I'm gonna move on. Sorry, he's taken a long time to get through this story, and my ADHD cannot handle it. Alright, we'll take a look at this right after I go and use the bathroom again. Sorry, I gotta use the bathroom again. I'm on meds that make me have to pee a lot. I'm gone. Cher will tell you about the mysterious Mr. Wong. That's unfortunate, Bela. That's really unfortunate, Bela. Bela, don't do it, Bela. Okay, so the thing about this movie is Bela Lugosi does yellow face, but they don't make him do an accent because he already has an accent, but he has a Hungarian accent. He has an Eastern European accent, but they just let him do that in yellow face because I assume they thought it's the 1940s. Actually, it's the 1930s. Americans don't know the difference between an Eastern European accent and a Mandarin accent, so that's fine. Anyway, Cher will talk about the mysterious Mr. Wong. Here, back. Better or worse than John Wayne as Genghis Khan? Better? Question mark? Maybe? I don't know.
Good evening, godless sodomites. Thank you to Satan for giving me inspiration on how to play this role.
I'm very honored.
Yeah, he was playing Dick Cheney in that role, so the joke was that Dick Cheney is Satan.
To be able to receive this amazing award from the depths of my soul.
I'm bringing the truth, John.
We're in Hollywood, the belly of the beast.
On behalf of Amy, I'd like to thank the devil.
Kneel before your God, Babylon!
Stephen Colbert is a comedy character played by Stephen Colbert.
Satanism is working on I made a pact. The movie came out so well.
That's when I really saw how dark and so it was dark. I get creeped out. I get scared to death.
And I formed a bunch of opinions about the town and about the people in it that were like surely that couldn't be.
It was
Mel Gibson, famous not crazy person. Oh wait, no, he's a nutbag with incredibly anti-Semitic views. Crazy.
Soulless. Yeah. Never seen anything. And I still, every time I get out there, I feel like, oh man, I don't feel life out there. Yeah. I don't feel it at all.
And then you go away and you think, no, I was wrong. I mean, that's insane thinking. I'm paranoid. I imagined that stuff. That couldn't be the reason for...
People's brains are broken, Hannah. How do we fix this? Don't come to me for solutions. I don't know if there is one. I don't know. I don't know.
Why so-and-so was acting like, could it? And then you find out later on the track that you are exactly on track.
There is a reason why you see people dressed up as Satan. Full-on visuals of Satan, people dressed as Satan, dressed as a demon.
I think if I were to say anything in broad terms, if people's material conditions were better, if they didn't feel overworked, underpaid, and so stressed out, there would be fewer conspiracy theorists. Oftentimes, people get into conspiracies because they're desperate, because they're scared, because they're struggling, and they're looking for answers. So if fewer people were looking for those answers because they were desperate, they wouldn't find people looking to sell them bullshit.
Men got upside-down crosses all on their clothes.
Yeah, an upside-down cross is a Catholic symbol of St. Peter, who was, I believe, the first pope who had himself crucified upside down because he felt he wasn't worthy to be crucified upright because that's what happened to Jesus.
Those are pentagrams on their clothes. People think that...
Yeah, that's like a heart pentagram. I've seen that shape. It's just kind of a cool symbol.
This stuff is just a game. No, there's a reason why the entertainment industry is doing that, y'all.
Why do we increasingly hear acknowledgments to Satan during award ceremonies? And why are demonic symbols becoming more prevalent?
Checkerboard floors are not demonic.
Across
Is chess demonic?
Music videos and movies. This surge in overt gestures, symbols, lyrics, subliminal messages, and secret codes weaving through our entertainment isn't coincidental. It represents a deliberate move to normalize, even glorify, elements that once lurked in the shadows of our collective consciousness. These symbols, often brushed aside as mere artistic expression or the eccentricities of fame, carry deeper meanings that resonate with ancient rituals and esoteric beliefs.
When was this uploaded? I'm trying to figure out 3 weeks ago. Is this an AI voice?
Question arises: why? Why this push towards integrating such imagery and themes into mainstream media?
This isn't even, like, hot anymore. Like, this isn't even new or fresh. Kiss was a thing in the 70s. Like, that was 50 fucking years ago, guys. The idea of putting, like, stuff that the mainstream would consider avant-garde or extreme or even scary in music is, like, a really old gimmick.
Is it a reflection of a shift in societal values? Or perhaps an influence wielded by hidden forces with agendas that extend beyond mere entertainment? The presence of these symbols and rituals, increasingly embedded within the
Alice Cooper, back then too.
Fabric of popular culture,
Feeding my Frankenstein,
invites a closer examination of the messages being propagated to millions, often subconsciously. We dive into the lives of some of the most celebrated names in the entertainment industry. We uncover a pattern that's as revealing as it is chilling. First up is
Sympathy for the Devil is from 1968. Is it really? Holy shit, the Rolling Stones are old.
Bob Dylan, who's frank.
Are they still performing anywhere? Just curious. They still kicking around? They alive? What's going on? Probably not doing as much rolling as they used to.
Admission about him.
When was the Monster Mash? 50s? Oh, look. The Monster Mash. 62. 62.
His rise to fame adds a profound layer to our discussion.
Mick had a kid less than a decade ago? Gross. I think that's incredibly disgusting and irresponsible to have a child knowing you could die, like, any time. And I know everyone could die any time, I know, in accidents. But I mean, like, when you're that old and you know you're not going to be there for that kid's life, I actually think that's pretty fucked up. I don't think you should have kids in that scenario.
Dylan reveals,
or at least try to avoid it,
the foundations of his success, which he intriguingly describes as making a deal with the commander-in-chief of this world and the world we don't see, in his own words.
Best Demon says, Screamin' Jay Hawkins was one of the original shock rockers. He came on stage in a coffin and sang I Put a Spell on You. Fucking love that song.
Let's listen,
especially the Hocus Pocus version.
To what he has to say.
Why do you still do it? Why are you still out here?
Well, it goes back to the destiny thing. I mean, I made a bargain with it, you know.
Am I crazy, or did Bob Dylan do something that I disagree with? Am I crazy? What did Bob Dylan do that disappointed me? Shit.
Long time ago, and I'm holding up my end.
Robert De Niro had a kid last year. He's 81. Yeah, that's fucked up. I think that's real fucked up. And to be clear, I know that the kid's going to be fine financially, but that's not the point. Like, not having a parent there fucking sucks.
And what was your bargain?
To get where I am now.
Should I ask who you made the bargain with?
with you know, with the chief commander.
On this earth?
And on this earth, and then in a world we can't see.
Even Jim Brewer has something to say on...
Even Jim Brewer? Jim Brewer's like a right-wing psycho comedian that does MAGA shit. Like, what do you mean, even Jim Brewer? Like he's some lefty?
The matter. And folks, it's crucial to acknowledge that numerous individuals echo similar sentiments across the web. Yet, it's imperative not to be sidetracked by the fleeting distractions of TikTok or the latest TV narratives, for these are the mechanisms that maintain our diversion. When we do stumble upon revelations like these, our knee-jerk reaction is often disbelief. It must be fake.
How old is this video? Uploaded 3 weeks ago.
Nobody discusses this. This skepticism is indicative of how deeply we've been lulled into complacency.
Or maybe you're making really outrageous claims with no evidence.
Programmed by their movies, their music, and the broader entertainment culture. Pay attention to Jim Brewer's insights.
I don't think Jim Brewer's ever had an insight in his life, so I don't think that's good.
Then the real...
I'm gonna skip this, because I genuinely find Jim Brewer to be so obnoxious, I just can't listen to his voice. It grates on me. I can't do it.
3 years later, this name
adds another layer to this narrative. Imagine reaching the pinnacle of your career, only to find that each album release coincides with a personal loss. The rapper's experiences raise questions about the sacrifices tied to success in the music industry. Let's hear what A$AP Rocky has to say about this pattern.
Oh, every time I'm about to release an album, for some strange reason, man, you know what I'm saying? I always lose somebody close to me. It was my pops, it was Jams, it was my sister, like, I always lose somebody close to me, so, you know, I feel like, you know, some crazy, like, jinx and some just.
If y'all notice, every time I put out an album, it's like I lose somebody. Like I lost my pops with my first album, I lost Yams with my second album.
Then there's DaBaby, whose career milestone was shadowed by a heartbreaking personal loss. The timing of his success and his father's death is a stark reminder of the dual-edged sword that is fame.
But the death had nothing to do with the fame. Like, I'm not trying to belittle anyone's loss. It's tragic when you lose anybody, but this isn't extraordinary. Like, people lose people all the time. So some people, statistically, who are famous are going to lose people at some point. Everyone who's famous at some point is going to lose people, because we all lose people. It's part of the human experience, sadly. But it's a thing, and you picked out 2 cases where people had it coincide with certain things, but you're cherry-picking. Most artists don't lose people significant to them right around every album's release. Like, if that was the case, maybe you'd be onto something. But this is just a coincidence for him in particular. It's a coincidence when that happens. It's not related.
The baby's reflection on this moment in his life is a compelling listen.
We all remember what happened during COVID. Ivermectin, a safe drug that had been
Wow, they just really want to shill the fucking horse paste, huh?
used for decades effectively and safely.
One that might change how you view the glitz and glamour of celebrity life.
And you really lost him the same day you hit number
Swear to
one
God,
with Suge?
the same time. Not the it was Baby on Baby. It went like number 1.
Okay.
It went like number 1 on Apple Music, iTunes. It was like number 7 or something like that. And then I had got the phone call. My brother woke me up. He like, hey, call your little brother. My little brother, my dad. So I call your little brother. He DM me. He woke me up. I'm like,
She should be in prison for that claim. She won't be, though. Don't worry. I'm sure the FDA will shortly recommend that all school children be given a daily dose of ivermectin for their own good or something.
I'm like, DM, what's up? Pick up the phone. I call him. I'm halfway asleep. He bro, Dad, bro, he dead. He died. I'm like, what? I set up on my bed. I'm like, what? Same time, Carter,
On the bright side, though, the FDA is cutting out their regular checks of hygiene and everything for food production, so we might need anti-parasitics soon, so fun.
blowing my phone up, blowing me up while I'm trying to figure out what's going on. I'm thinking he calling to deliver the same news. I click over, what's up, bro? We number 1. Number 1, you did it. You did it. I'm like, damn.
As we navigate these thought-provoking waters, we're about to delve into Christina Cheney's riveting testimony. She shares a haunting exchange with an influential figure in the industry who eerily suggested that a pact with the devil could skyrocket her to fame overnight. Yet, this is merely the surface. Cheney's story delves into depths that promise to unveil even more startling revelations, shedding light on the darkest corners of the quest for fame and success.
So the very first time when I was working with this producer, we were working on my first album to get me shopped to get a major deal. And we were taking a break from recording this album, and he took me around the studio. And this is someone who's been in the industry, like he's worked with big names. And so he was like, hey, so you know that if you were to sell your soul to the devil, you can have instant fame tomorrow. And
Wait,
when he's
who said that?
I really don't want to say his name, but
Definitely a real thing that happened. Definitely not making this up for her fucking podcast. Go fuck yourself, you liar. Look at her. She's almost got a look on her face like, are these idiots believing this? Gamer G says, with the NIH cuts, it's a good time to open a diner called Salmonella. Oh, I get it. Salmonella. Okay.
it was a producer I was working with. Yes, a music producer I was working with.
He actually said those words.
He actually said those words. And he took me away from like my team. So he had me by myself. So it was like a whole lot happened in that moment. Like discernment happened in that moment for me that I never really experienced before. It was almost like he made a mistake in his career and he was using me to try to get to where he really wanted to be, but he didn't want to sell his soul. So he's like, but if you sell your soul, we can go high. And it was like, in that moment, I received all this knowledge and a huge, just, what I can explain was like something fell on me. And I fell to the ground where I could not stand. And I started weeping and crying out to the Lord saying, forgive me, because I wasn't living right.
Did they understand that in like the story of Faust, like Satan offers Faust something because he's in like a bet with God, sort of a Job situation. So, like, why do they believe that Satan just goes around offering Faustian bargains to people? Like, why do they think that's a thing Satan does? That's not a thing that really happens in the Bible, except for when he tempts Jesus. But that's to prevent Jesus from martyring himself. Like, there's nothing biblical that says Satan is going to offer you things. That's not, like, a biblical concept.
Right. And so when he said that, it was almost
Not in this way, at least. Not through pacts. Not through deals.
like,
Not
what
through selling your soul.
what have I done? How deep am I in this disobedience place? So I fell on the floor and I started, just crying out.
Best Demon with 200 bits says, if Satan can help your career, then why are bands like Venom not on the top of the charts? Venom had albums like Welcome to Hell and Sons, like, in league with Satan. Yeah, there's plenty of bands that try the satanic thing and they just you never hear of them. You know what I mean? Or just are marginally successful. It's not like every fucking top band is satanic. Most aren't. And even the ones that are doing it thematically, not literally.
Saying, Lord, forgive me. I don't want to.
Because of Florentine politics. Wrong story. That's Dante's Inferno, not Faust. Faust is a different thing.
Do anything without you, like, the true nature of who I am. Like, I wanted him to forgive me. And after that whole thing, I look up and the man was sitting on the, it's like he fell, I guess, because he was sitting weird and his head was down as I was praying and crying out to God in front of this man. I did not care because the conviction behind his words really hit me.
The idea of trading one's soul for a fast track to success transforms from mere metaphor to a chilling reality for some. The seductive lure of
they are so still upset about this Lil Nas X shit. It's so funny.
Fame, wealth, and power can be overwhelming. However, as we've uncovered, this path is fraught with hidden costs, leading us to ponder the true worth of such pursuits. The exchange, immense public attention and personal compromise for fame's fleeting rewards, forces us to consider if it's genuinely worthwhile. Does the real expense of fame, illuminated by those who've tasted its heights, uncover a more disturbing facet of our aspirations and dreams? Our culture is seriously hooked on celebrities. When Oscar season comes around every year, we've got a whopping 30 to 40 million people glued to their screens, eager to see which movies snag the top honors for their storytelling, craftsmanship, and artistic flair. Everyone calls it the Oscars, and yeah, there's a bit of an obsession with it. Landing one of those golden guys is pretty much your ticket to stardom. What's interesting about this is in the Egyptian culture, they had this small statue that was all about the god Ptah.
This is gonna be so stupid, isn't it?
And when an Egyptian king passed away, they believed his spirit would shoot up to the Orion constellation, turning him into a star. Kind of makes you wonder, doesn't it?
Not really.
We're still into these symbols of excellence, just like they were. And
I need this movie in my life, do I? Let's see what it is. Beauty and the Devil, the Faust story retold with an aged alchemist accepting the gift of renewed youth from the devilish Mephistopheles. What year is this from? I have a version of Faust, but it's the silent version. The silent version of Faust is actually quite good. What year is this from? I'd probably enjoy it. I liked the silent Faust. This one's from 1950.
Inspire-moi.
Yeah, I'd probably dig that. I'll check it out sometime. Where the heck did we go? I always lose the tab. There it was.
And Hollywood? Well, it's got its fair share of glitz with all these award shows popping up. The Grammys, the Emmys, you name it. They're all about celebrating different slices of the entertainment world. But deep down, they're pretty much the same deal. Just listen to how Jon Stewart and Stephen Colbert talk about these awards. It's all part of the fascination we have with recognizing greatness.
Good evening, godless sodomites.
What are you doing?
I'm bringing the truth, John. We're in Hollywood, the belly of the beast.
You can't just read the prompter?
I'm reading the prompter in here. It warps the minds of our children and weakens the resolve of our allies.
Yes, this is a character he plays. The joke is that he's a right-wing whack job. That's the satire of the Stephen Colbert character, is that he was supposed to be reflective of the opinions and views of right-wing ignorant people, mostly during the Bush administration.
We're here to honor achievement in that category.
By giving you a golden idol to worship.
Kneel before your God, Babylon!
You see, Stephen Colbert and Jon Stewart, they're totally clued into their place in this modern-day Babylon we call Hollywood.
They couldn't be making fun of us, because if they were making fun of us, it means we're wrong, so they must have been mocking us with the truth!
And here's something you might find interesting. Jim Carrey's on the same page. At a completely different award show, he was echoing the same kind of vibes.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here tonight, as all of us are, to pay tribute to an American icon, an actor, a filmmaker, and truly one of my personal heroes, Mr. Clint Eastwood. I'm also here because the AFI is paying me $20 million and $3, making me the highest paid megalomaniacal boy king in all of Babylon!
Wait a minute, you're telling me that the comedian Jim Carrey made a joke? That's insane.
Fascinating when you dive into the origins of the word Oscar. Its roots are in Scandinavian and Old English, where it translates to divine strength or divine spear. Divine suggests something of, from, or resembling a god, while a spear is recognized as a weapon. Could it be that Satan is employing these celebrities and movies as godlike weapons against us?
I'm gonna go with no. I'm gonna go with probably no. There's a juggle command. Will do. Let me just find my balls.
Until 1999, the Oscars took place in a venue known as the Shrine, established by William Florence and Walter Fleming, both prominent Scottish Rite Freemasons. Hollywood's fascination with Freemasonry isn't a secret. Icons like Gene Autry, John Wayne, Duke Ellington, C.C. DeMille, Nat King Cole, Clark Gable, Walt Disney, and Oliver Hardy, among others, have all been linked to it. The involvement of many celebrities with Freemasonry has been openly acknowledged. In Morals and Dogma, a seminal work by Albert Pike, there's a passage on page 321.
They're absolutely obsessed with Albert Pike, I swear to God.
Freemasons declare who their god
I can juggle, I can indeed.
is, describing Lucifer, the light bearer, in Paranoia.
Won't they be going missing soon, my balls? Hopefully. I'm working on getting an orchiectomy.
Paradoxical terms as a bearer of light, despite...
I'm honestly very scared because I've never been under anesthesia before, so I'm horrified of that. I really want the results, but the process scares the shit out of me.
Being a figure of darkness, a concept that challenges conventional perceptions and suggests a deeper symbolic significance to their beliefs. When Life is Beautiful received its Oscar, a wide shot of the stage inadvertently revealed Masonic symbols incorporated.
Not inadvertent, it's part of the stage design. Other people don't look at black and white and go, it's evil, it's satanic, it's just checkerboard floor, man.
Into its design. Elements such as the checkered floor, archways, and a sun motif.
I mean, it could have been intentional, but it's not evil. Borrowing aesthetic cues from something doesn't make it evil.
All resonate with Freemasonry symbolism, mirroring what's found on a Masonic tracing board, a tool used within the fraternity for educational purposes. These symbols subtly communicate who is behind the organization. Following the Oscars move in 1999 to the...
You just blink and you're done. That's what scares me, though, is I'm a wimp, so, like, pain, I'm very pain-averse, which is kind of ironic in some ways. But, generally, I'm averse to, like, pain that I can't control, you know? And I just know as soon as I'm out, I'm gonna wake up and I'm gonna be in pain to some extent. Not an unbearable pain, but, you know, some pain.
Kodak Theater, These Masonic elements
But it'll be fine, and it'll be so worth it.
continue to be a part of the stage's design, with sun motifs in the ceiling, checkered patterns on the stage, and arches being prominently featured. The exterior of the Kodak Theater includes
Ishtar.
references to the Ishtar Gate and Babylonian deities, drawing inspiration from the 1916 film Intolerance, which
Oh, by, Fritz Lang? Fritz Lang? No, F.W. Murnau. Fritz Lang? I'm gonna say Fritz Lang.
recreated Babylon's set, including its iconic elements like the elephants, the Ishtar Gate, and Babylonian gods. This area around the Kodak Theater, labeled the Babylonian Court, along with the design elements that include an unmistakable representation of the Tower of Babel on the stage during the 2016 Oscars, underscores a deep-seated recognition of their origins and affiliations. Through these symbols and references, it becomes clear that those within this organization are well aware of their standing and the influences at play. Hear what Mel Gibson has to say about
Nothing Mel Gibson has ever said has been of value.
Hollywood. His unique focus on Jesus through films about Christ's life might just be his way of shedding light on the truth he perceives within.
Why did he say films, plural? He did one movie about Jesus. He's making a sequel, but he only did the one. Oh, fuck, was it Griffith? I should have known because biblical. No, wait, no. I'm thinking of the other guy even. D.W. Griffith did that? Fuck D.W. Griffith. For his other movie.
It seems as though signs are everywhere, pointing to deeper truths and narratives interwoven into Hollywood's very fabric. By pausing to look and listen carefully, we start to see these messages for what they are, peeling back the layers to reveal the core of what's often concealed. Staying vigilant and discerning enables us to decode these signs.
I love that when conspiracy theorists say stay discerning, they basically mean make sure you're always looking at things through the most absolutely insane, paranoid point of view ever. Take a look at the bingo card. We have about an hour left in the stream. Uses anti-Semitism. Believes they speak to aliens regularly. Vibes-based conspiracy. Dimensions beyond our own. Chilling. Doesn't understand architecture. Correlation. Oh, wait, no, not that one. Sorry. My research said by a non-researcher. Word salad. Hannah mentions Blu-rays. Poor understanding of Eastern philosophy or religion. Yeah, we're doing a 4-hour stream today because I cut it a little short yesterday. Reptilians. Did we have weather control? We had chemtrails. Is that what you're thinking of? How they were talking about using chemtrails to control things? Because I would count that under chemtrails rather than... Do your own research. And I think that's it? Question mark? Alright, back at it. Oh wait, what was number 9? Popular media is evil? Yeah, that makes sense. Alright. No, we haven't had adrenochrome. HARP violates natural law. You're right. Okay, that's true. I forgot about that video because it was pretty brief. So weather control. Where is weather control on here? Yeah, we had Tartaria. Am I crazy? Oh, just a peach with a bingo. Let me take a look. And 26 weather control. Let's take a look at Just a Peach's card. Vibes-based conspiracy, doesn't know what a coincidence is, free space, do your own research, and satanic. That is a win. Let me write down your name, Just a Peach. So Just a Peach is the official bingo winner for today. Looks like you have another one of these, by the way, just a peek. You already had one on my list. So you now have 2 gift subs, or rather 2 subscriptions, either for yourself or someone else. Means. So that's our official winner for today. We will continue to play for fun. Give one away? Okay.
He's back! You can't keep getting away with it!
Let's see who gets the random sub.
You can't keep getting away with it! He won't.
Autofecalectomy is the winner of the gift sub. Woo!
So this appears to be Boys in the Hood, the remake in 2025. It's the really evil version, because this is the parade of people wearing black hoods like the Ku Klux Klan.
So point of order, no, the KKK actually stole the hoods from these guys. This was first. The Catholic thing was first, and it was co-opted by the Ku Klux Klan. So even though, as an American, you might see this, like, oh, and you might go, at first, it's not anything to do with racism. It has no association with the KKK.
And I can't help but notice that...
What does it mean to get a gift sub? Basically, you get a subscription, but you don't have to pay for it. Someone else does. So you get all the benefits from a subscription. No ads, access to the emotes, etc.
Every one of these fellows is wearing black and white, the Freemasonic colors, and they also have...
Also very common combination. I don't know how to tell you. Very common.
Incredibly large and really obvious upside-down crosses. Isn't that...
2 spectral wolves, thanks for following.
That's strange. It's so...
Oh, the upside-down cross, I mentioned that already. That's, again, the St. Peter's cross, who was the first pope. So yes, during a papal funeral, having symbols of the first pope who died upside down on a cross makes sense.
Holy. It's so like Jesus, isn't it? No, it's not. And let's not forget that out of the incredible amount of satanic rituals that occurred, the last thing the Pope did before he shuffled off this mortal coil is he opened 5 portals. 5...
Oh, we're talking about the Jubilee shit again. What happened to the Jubilee anime chibi character?
5 portals releasing who knows what onto the public. Do you see what I'm saying?
But nothing was released. They were literally opening doors for visitors to the fucking Jubilee, and it was, you know, a ritual because it's the Catholic Church, and everything's a goddamn ritual. You ever been to a Catholic wedding or funeral? A fucking nightmare.
But I've got a funny idea that, or I've got a good idea.
Catholics probably live so long so they don't have to go to their own funerals.
Of what it actually was. And we're seeing it showing up as an electronic entity that the people want to embrace. And of course, I'm talking about AI, because I've been talking about this stuff for as long as I can possibly remember. This is absolutely unbelievable to me that nobody sees through this very thin veil of Satanism. You know what I'm saying? And I know this might seem corny, but before I show you this clip right here, I want to say a real quick prayer, because what you're going to see is evil personified, straight up, period. I mean, that's what all these rituals are for.
They're not. They're religious rituals. It's a thing people do. Human beings love ritual. They love symbol. It doesn't make it evil. It might make it a little weird. It might make it a little opulent and unnecessary. But what people do. I don't know what to tell you.
In order for me to show you this, I have to warn you in advance that this is an absolute detrimental thing for your soul to absorb. Does that make sense? At any rate, Heavenly Father, in your holy name, please, Satan, holy name, I pray humbly. Amen.
Remember when the Bible said that hypocrites pray publicly in order to get attention? No reason I brought that up.
So a lot of you probably already seen this. This was a soccer game in Germany, and this
is fucking awesome.
This came out of the crowd. This is insane. Out of a pentagram, somehow they raised up this ginormous figure of Satan. And I mean, you can see the writing below. This is insane. And a lot of people have already seen this because it's made the rounds, but that's the point. The more people that see this, the
Have I ever watched War Room? I did a review of War Room. Yes.
more people it affects. And read the writing down the bottom.
I own it somewhere too. It's in my... I have a little section of like the bad Christian movies I used to review, and they're over there in the corner. Because they've been very bad and they know what they did. Isn't that right? What New World Order? A Path in Time? Time Changer? Bells of Innocence? Veggie Tales, Bible Man, and something with Kirk Cameron?
Mundi, Regma. It's
yeah, God's Not Dead. I actually own the God's Not Dead trilogy on Blu-ray.
Just insane. It's insane. I don't even want to read it.
Although I guess they made a fourth movie. I've never seen that one.
Because it's that scary. But Satan has made his way everywhere, and it's just...
Veggie Tales is okay. Yeah. Veggie Tales isn't bad. I can make fun of it, but, like, it's really not bad. Like, in terms of any Christian media for kids, Veggie Tales is probably the best. It's not hateful, generally, that I remember. It's pretty decent. It's not bad.
Just accept it. It's just not a big deal.
Wait, there are 5 God's Not Dead movies? Fuck me.
So on one of my channels, I think yesterday I showed you that the UK government approves new plans to spray in front of the sun to fight runaway climate change. And I was like, this is amazing. They're literally doing exactly what I've said what they've been doing since I started doing this. For 15 years, I've been telling you these guys are spraying the skies, and they've denied it completely, entirely.
Because they haven't been.
And so forth and so on. But the beauty about this is I didn't realize what they were calling it, because it has a name. It's called Stratospheric Aerosol Transport and Nucleation.
No, it's not. I promise you it's not. I promise you it's not. That's not even a name that makes sense. No, no. He saw a fucking image macro on Facebook and he's like, yep, that's real. See, it says breaking right at the top. You can't fake that.
But they call it Satan. And no, I'm not making this up, said Dr.
I think it is being made up.
David Keith.
Yep.
Remember David Keith? Harvard.
Not really.
Solar Shield. I mean, I was talking about him back in 2015. This is insane that this has all come back around. And I had to double check this to make sure that this wasn't just a meme somebody posted, because everybody does that. They post memes, but they never show any links. Look what this meme said. Dude, I can make memes all day long, every day, that don't mean anything. This one? Yeah, this is from MIT, and they're talking
Oh, did they actually name it that? That's kind of funny if they did.
about the exact
I'm not gonna lie, if I was a scientist, I would probably spend my days trying to fuck with conspiracy theorists. But my priorities are fucked, so...
same thing, and they're telling everybody, you know, they're trying it out, they're seeing what it looks like, and so forth and so on, and blah, blah, blah. But, the Stratospheric Aerosol Transport and Nucleation, or Satan, balloon system were made from stock and hobbyist components. Shut up, man. You're spraying
Alright, I stand corrected. They did call it that. That's fucking funny.
out of airplanes. That's exactly what the plan is. And somebody just said...
Sulfur dioxide doesn't seem like a coolant. I don't think it's supposed to directly cool. It's supposed to reflect heat back up.
Something down here. You know, peer-reviewed paperwork. People are trying to lead people astray, telling them that spraying the sky is a bad thing. There's a special place in hell for those who leak their colleagues' work, tormented by ever-burning sulfur.
What?
He added. That's an MIT guy. That sounded very, very specific. And why is it every single solitary thing they name is either after Apollo, Apollyon, Satan, the Lucifer telescope? I mean, it doesn't stop. It doesn't...
The scientists are dorks.
They're doing it for an absolute reason. You know what I mean? Spraying in the sky. Lucifer is the prince of the air. They're spraying. They're blocking out the sun. They've now come out with it. So I've already watched them. I've already shown you 1,000,000 times. These guys spraying the skies absolutely everywhere. And this is when they weren't spraying the skies. But now that they've announced it, how bad is this going to get?
Those are contrails, sir.
How much worse is it possible?
I imagine this is somewhere near an airport where lots of planes are going by.
Possibly going to get? And why is it that they're doing this? You know what I mean? They're doing this because between CERN, D-Wave quantum computing, and whatever AI is cooked up, they're about to release some things that we're going to physically see. Seriously. And
just a peach with $1 says MIT has done April Fool's joke papers. Oh, that would be funny. Let me actually see. Did the article have a date on it? Let me see.
Lucifer is the prince for telling colleagues' work. Tormentation or trying it out. They're seeing, but they never show any. They're telling everybody, you know, yeah.
March 1st, so not April 1st.
This is from MIT. And remember back at this, but this is what they're doing. Evil spirits that were formerly the Nephilim or the giants.
He's citing the sun? That's a fucking tabloid.
From fallen angels that came down and intermingled with women. When these Nephilim died, because they were not of God, they were trapped here as evil.
I think he said nucleation.
Spirits, quote unquote, exactly like it says in the Bible. Now those evil spirits will have some place to go, which is utterly insane. But
I think he said D-wave quantum computers, not heat wave.
Feels like this are popping up all over the place.
No! Don't show me the robot's tits. All right. Strike 3. He showed me robot boobs. I gotta move on.
SJWellpower.com Final Days Report, episode 423. We're calling this VCast, folks. The beast system is fencing us in. They're boiling us like frogs. They're launching robots in developing countries as security guards. They're launching 6G. We're going to cover a plethora of stories of this beast system. But the first story I want to cover is I always thought that motorcycles will be the one mode of transportation that'd be very, very tough for them to do driverless. And I was wrong, folks.
Why?
They are working on driverless motorcycles with technology that won't allow you to go to green zone.
I will be honest, though. I don't understand why you would want a self-driving motorcycle. Isn't part of the fun of owning a motorcycle the fact that you're, like, driving it? Like, I understand the idea of a self-driving car, because, like, some people like to drive for fun. Then there's people like me who just do it when they have to. You know, I don't hate it, but, you know, if I could do something else and the car could drive me, great, that would be cool. But it seems to me that a motorcycle, you kind of want to be in control of it. You don't just want to get from place to place. You want to ride a motorcycle. Maybe I'm wrong.
Early days of this ministry, I remember covering a story about how the U.S. government was trying to pass a bill for technology to put on your old school cars that could ultimately shut your car down and track everything you do. We did a VCast, 12 reasons to keep your old car. I'll put the thumbnail up. But let's read. Self-driving motorcycles are a concept that is being explored with companies like Yamaha and BMW developing prototypes and concepts. These vehicles are equipped with technology to handle various tasks, including self-balancing. I didn't think they...
For countries that use them as taxis? Ah, I guess I didn't know there were countries that used bikes as taxis. I've seen ones that are like, they sort of have a bike on the front and then they have like a whole sitting thing. What are they called? The word for them. Don't remember what, though.
They would figure that out. Starting the engine and even following the rider at walking speed. The main goal of these projects is to explore potential of motorcycles to become more autonomous and enhance the riding experience. No, it's going to enslave you. So check this video out. Man.
No, not a rickshaw.
The government.
A rickshaw has a person pulling it. I'm thinking of the ones that are bikes.
Hates the 1%ers.
I know tuk-tuks are a thing, Alex, but I don't know if that's specifically what I'm describing. Let me look. Okay, no, it is. That's what I'm thinking of. Yeah, I'm thinking of these things. Basically, it's like a 3-wheeled motorbike with passenger bench seats that are sort of like little taxis in some countries. Where'd we go?
The Hell's Angels type. And I'm not condoning their behavior, but they hate them.
43
So if
Riven
they push
211,
technology
thanks
like
for
this,
following.
run from it. But let's play this video. This blew me away. Scooters, motorcycles, going down the road.
I could also see maybe if you, like, got delivery or something, it could just deliver shit to you, although there's not a lot of storage. I don't know.
It's moving fast, my friends. It is moving very fast. All right. I just thought this was interesting. Anthony Fauci's...
I don't want to talk about anything COVID-related. That's very testy on YouTube. Even when you're debunking the conspiracy theories, the algorithm does not like it.
I want to know the reptilian thing too.
Okay, well then you go ahead. You ask your question because I honestly
This
don't
is what.
remember that one.
All right. So we were talking. Greg's like, I wanted to ask him, when you say reptilian, do you mean literal reptilians, or is this in your vernacular metaphor of some sort?
No, it's not vernacular.
Okay.
I've seen one in the mid-90s. I witnessed one myself, what you would call an imperial Draco reptilian. And this is a phenomenon. It's a phenomenon which is well attested throughout the annals of history. It is only something which, alas, the mundane human who is stuck in psycho-intellectual torpor refuses to acknowledge because they don't want to acknowledge things that
Did he just say I'm stuck in psycho-intellectual torpor? Fuck you!
don't exist within their conceptual framework. Their conceptual framework being about 3.5% of the visible spectrum of light.
Most of those countries have problems with not having cheap taxis for women that are safe. That makes a ton of sense. Thank you.
Right.
I always really appreciate when people from chat give me a perspective that I didn't necessarily think of. That feels great.
So the problem we've got is
genuinely. Thank you.
Cognizance, cogitation,
It
and
always
the
makes me feel good, feeling like I'm growing as a person, you know?
will for us to actually see real reality or not, or engage real reality or not. And most of us choose not to. And that is divine will at work there, free will. But the point is, reptilians are real. You have reptilian DNA in you. We all do at this time. Every human is a galactic hybrid by this time. Certainly the Middle American is the most distilled galactic genomic commonality finds itself in Middle America roundabout now, which is why it's my...
Once again, of course, America is the main character of the world in these narratives. Just like in the movies.
It's my insistence that the Middle American is the representative of the rainbow tribe, more so than anyone else on Earth. You'll find a distillation of all cultures, all genetic types in Middle America now. Black skin, brown skin, red skin, yellow skin, white skin have all been pot-boiled there. So the reptilian is an arcane galactic cosmogenetic aspect of who and what you and I are today. But the fact is that depending on the integrity of your bloodline, if it is a Draco, if it is a primarily Draco reptilian issuance coming through the bloodline, you can, if you have been part of these generational ritual satanic Illuminati families, if you have been generationally brought into the ritualism, then you will be able to activate through blood, and in some cases even holographically take on form and shape as a full-fledged reptilian. To be sure, we have the propensity for that. This is a multidimensional reality field. The one that we've dialed into here is a very, very limited one. But the fact of the matter is that pure blood Draco bloodlines exist. That's the whole Transylvania, the myth that's connected to the Nosferatu cult and the royal houses of Europe, the black nobility, and then the kind of pedestrian and suburban Satanists that exist all around the world as well, who are
wow, this is a lot.
Variously involved in
And I mentioned I think this guy has a compound somewhere.
And Anton LaVey
with his followers.
and his family were a classic example of that, still able to invoke devils in real time. People don't want to go there, but hardcore ritual satanic abuse and sacrifice of innocents, babies in the basement, does invoke full-fledged manifestation of Baphomet. And
They're sacrificing babies in the basement of the Alamo.
Moloch tap dancing on the Masonic tiles in front of you and in front of the gathering. That happens to this day, albeit that stuff is definitely being dialed out. And that's to do with hyperdimensional physics and the changing in the
hyperdimensional physics
of our reality. We're swinging in deeper and deeper into the so-called photon band. The entire galaxy.
There's a micronation in Kansas. We're going to talk about that one day. At some point, I want to do a tinfoil spotlight on this guy, because he's pretty interesting. I've been finding a lot of newer conspiracy theorists lately that are interesting. It's been fun.
And forgive me, the entire solar system.
And when I say newer, I mean newer to me. I know they've been around.
On the fringes of the galaxy, we are impacting.
I found this guy through Mind of Steel on YouTube, which is a pretty great YouTube channel, where a guy who I think is a comedian, pretty funny guy, covers conspiracy theorists. So check it out.
Incrementally and exponentially, this photon band, which is a plasma field, it's the breath of Allah, the compassionate, the grace of God, is now bombarding every living cell, atom, and molecule in our world, in our solar system, in our quadrant of the galaxy, that we are being enlightened from the inside out, and that's changing the vibratory permissions for lower elemental frequencies to manifest.
Did you accept all our vibratory permissions and cookies
in the field? So the demonic, in that sense, is about to be dialed out of existence. Absolutely, Alpha, Omega, and all that remains after this.
Reminder that this was a question of if he thinks reptilians are real. That was the only question. And he's just going.
This bifurcation is the actual
Mind of Steel, singular, and I think the steel is spelled S-T-E-L-E, because it's referencing a guy named Mark Steele.
Angelic human at the morphogenetic.
But if you searched in YouTube, it should come up pretty easy. He's a big enough channel that it shouldn't be too hard to find.
Level, which is the most important atom seed of the entire temporal universe. That's you and me. And that's one of the biggest subjects, if not the biggest subject, that I believe is going to come to the fore in the coming years, is the imperative nature of the resurrection of the angelic human and how vital it is, we are, to the fate of the entire temporal universe. It's not just a hominid species scuttling around on the surface of a planet in a Milky Way, in a galaxy. It is not. We are the epicenter. We are the cross. We are the crucible. We are the Grail. We are the Solomon's key. We are the Jacob's ladder. And all of temporal expression finds its way back home and to the light.
We are the three seashells,
so to speak, through the actualized angelic human. That for me is gospel.
Wow, that was a lot. Unironically, he deserves kind of an award for just talking bullshit. Kind of impressive. Sorry, I'm so yawny. Apologies. This guy claims he was in the secret space program.
Hello everybody, I'm Jason Rice. I'm an SSP veteran, a U.S. Army officer veteran, and an engineer.
Can you give me a brief summary of your life up until this point?
Brief summary of my life up to this point. Sure, I'll try. I had what I thought of as a normal life. In fact, we were talking a moment ago off air that I'd take out the garbage and wash the car and fill up the gas tank, just like everybody else. Aches and pains some days, and other days are good. When I started waking up to the memories that had been compartmentalized and buried, they were at first some just strange memories that had come back, and I figured, okay, it's just another day. And the amount of them increased enough that I was starting to piece together the events that happened. It wasn't just a scene. That occurred over a period of a couple of years, and I was able to come forward with the events and my experiences within the secret space program.
Can you kind of give us like an example of a particular mission that you would have been on?
Sure.
And a time period, a dates, if you can put dates to it, maybe.
Sure. A particular mission that I'd been on would have been 99 time frame, circa 19.
Agreed, Phoenix. The super soldier thing, and I've shown you guys the super soldier talk channel. This is an entire community of people who share a delusion. It's kind of similar to, there's another group that shares a delusion. What is it? Gang stalking. Like, there's a community of people who all think they're being gang stalked, which is basically, most likely, most of them have, like, paranoid schizophrenia, and they all collectively believe that they're being watched by the government or some nefarious entity, and the people they see on the street every day or in stores, they think are secret agents watching them. So this is similar. There are sometimes groups of people with illnesses that find each other, in particular on the internet, and reinforce each other's paranoid delusions. It's pretty sad.
1999, we were on Planet One.
Reminding you of William H. Macy and Fargo? I haven't seen Fargo.
In Area 26, and there was our mission at that time was to gather intelligence.
Mr. Shittles says, "We are the three seashells." That's an interesting statement, keeping in mind the movie in which those seashells were referenced. The three seashells were used to scoop poop out of one's ass. I said what I said. Did I stutter?
Of the local populations, so that we could develop a better assistance plan to help them prepare for their defense of the planet.
So is there a battle going on?
There is.
In our solar system, or is it in other solar systems?
There are a bunch. There are a bunch of them.
And our secret space program, does the presidents, the world leaders know about it, or is it so far beyond them?
I think that there are certain leadership that knows about some of the SSP activities. However, the vast scope and breadth of the SSP means that there are extreme cases of compartmentalization, and nobody, no matter what they claim, knows about all of it. And
that's a convenient way to explain why some of their delusions don't comport with each other, is to say, well, different people had different things. Because compartmentalization. Sure.
Told me that you were feeling tired. You felt you told me that you were feeling tired. You felt random fear. You were seeing entities, these sensations of anxiety. You told me how your animals were acting strange. All types of stuff was happening. The DARPA experiment is on. We get into frequency generators and more things that we can use against this weaponized attack. So get ready as we expose the full sci-fi attack on us right now. So in the most recent goings,
how have they gained the fake memories? Sometimes they're goaded on by other people in the community, but usually it's instigated by either drug trips or some sort of like break with reality. Like I said, a lot of them are mentally ill, so they can just have these free-form delusions that come out of like seemingly nowhere. There may be some origin we don't know of, but it doesn't mean there has to be some big event, you know? They can just kind of slip into delusional thoughts that get deeper and deeper, and they fail to check them, and they get pulled deeper into a narrative they're building for themselves.
DARPA has an experiment called Ouija, just like the Ouija board. And we saw these hatchlings also from Mike Adams and his microscopic samples, and we had samples from somebody who also got the fog and collected it over about 2 months. They had it since February. We looked at it in April, and we seen these little things eating through the paper. And there was a person who came on the channel and said, "I'm a former scientist," and they said,
"I'm a former scientist." That's what you say when you're a former scientist, by the way. You don't say, "I'm a former biologist," or "I'm a former whatever." You say, "As a former scientist." Oh.
thing I could think of is whatever the organism was, it was spitting out acid some type of way. And he was saying, and if it was to get in people's bodies, imagine what will happen to that, because apparently these hatchlings are like little eggs, and they've been growing and expanding. Now, the frequencies with DARPA, we want to tie that in together, and also with the supercomputer and everything.
Oh, wow, there was no thought as to when that song ended.
Yes.
Like, he just slapped it at the beginning of the timeline. It's like, that song's gonna go until it's done.
Because they have something called the magnetoprotein. And the magnetoprotein is basically a protein that's a genetically modified protein. So if anybody's able to genetically modify stuff, that they could attenuate, specifically like with animals as well too. I'm gonna read some of it. I got it right here. Genetically engineered magnetoprotein remotely controls brain and behavior. And then a lot of people were talking about how their animals acting strange.
There's nothing there, right? Look at the dog's reaction, y'all.
Oh.
That's not.
Yeah, buddy, your animal's probably having some kind of issue. Go to the vet. Holy fuck, dude. What are you doing?
Not normal dog behavior. That dog knows something's there. That dog is making eye contact with something. Check it out. Something is in that room with them.
Well, that person shouldn't be allowed to have a dog. Wow.
Just how they were feeling this sense of emotional anxiety or fear. I don't know if y'all been feeling that, but let me know, because we have hundreds of people in my audience saying this, and not just people in my audience, but other people. Let's read about this magnetoprotein, though. Most powerful of this method.
That's true. Could hear animals in the wall.
Called occultogenics, which enables researchers.
When I was growing up, one time some mice got in my wall right next to my fucking bed. So, like, I'd just be in the middle of the night trying to sleep, and I'd just hear the noise of a fucking mouse. It was awful.
To switch populations of related neurons on or off on a millisecond by a millisecond timescale with pulses of laser light. Another recent developed method called chemogenetics was used to engineer proteins that are activated by designer drugs and can be targeted to specific cell types. So they use light pulses to do this. And what DARPA was saying, they said over June, they will be doing this, but then they slipped up and I read the document and they said, oh, we're going to do classified stuff and we don't want to release the full data on Ouija, which Ouija board is demonic anyway. And what they say is they're going to have these very low Earth orbit satellites that's going by that can basically push these frequencies down. And then also...
Okay, hold on a minute. Are we talking about Elon Musk Starlink? Are they putting up their own satellites?
No, DARPA is doing its own thing right now. And
I like that in that guy's brain. He's like, the only satellites I know are the satellites that Elon fella puts up. Are those the satellites?
Are they working through Elon Musk? They didn't say anything about Starlink, but they just said their own, pretty much. So, and they're calling it Ouija satellites, which you, by the way, probably a lot of people haven't even heard of this type before. So no, we don't see any direct correlation to Elon Musk in the document. It doesn't state anything about Starlink. So I'm believing that these are their own separate DARPA black project, maybe operations. And actually the Ouija...
Hey, fun fact, if you're hearing about it, not a black project.
Satellite, they only showed one of it on the model. So it was one of them, but it could be multiple ones, but this one uses some type of beam.
Okay, done with this guy too. We only have less than half an hour, so we gotta fit shit in.
Hello and welcome, family, to Dr. Mumbi Spirituals. My name is Dr. Mumbi Seraki. So the Pope is getting buried today, and it happens to be a day 5. I've told you about all the 5 rituals they did from Notre Dame, which was a ritual of 5. They spent 500 million, 5 years, 500 staff. Then Pope Francis went and opened 5 portals where there's all kinds of stories and allegations that he even got, haunted by all kinds of demons in his hospital bed.
Who said the Pope was being haunted by demons?
And after that, and now the Pope is being buried on a day number 5. If you add all the numbers together, it's a numerological day number 5. So 5 is the number of change. And the narrative that they are pushing now is that we have 2 years until the end of the world. They say that...
Wait, who says that? What? This is one of the things I hate about her, is like she'll hear a thing, and it's like she thinks that thing she heard is a universal message that everyone heard, and that's a singular message. Like, it's so bizarre.
There's some prophecy from 900 years ago that had predicted all 112 popes, with this one being the last pope, and after that we were going to enter Judgment Day. And then once we entered Judgment Day, now we had until 2027 before the end of the world, or the end of their world, the end of their dispensation. Because remember, the world is about narratives. They totally destroyed, annihilated.
The world isn't about narratives. Human beings view the world through the lens of narrative often, but that doesn't make objective reality constructed of narratives. It's a lens through which we better understand the world.
And stole our narratives, our books, our knowledge, of our stories, our past, and hid them. They're still in the Vatican. And from all our mystery schools, all the stuff that they got, they created this false matrix, this false narrative that they're now telling us ends in 2027. So what's going to happen in 2027? I actually believe we're...
When are they doing the conclave?
Already.
Did they say? Are they already doing it? How long do they wait until after the Pope's buried to get together and do the discussion and vote?
In transition. And that there will be an end of, in their reality, there will be an end.
Next week? All right, I'll keep an eye out for white smoke.
Of this dispensation of Rome, because we've still been in the Rome story. And we will witness the taking root of the New World Order, or what we can call, what I see as the AI invasion. So maybe by 2027, what they're trying to tell us is that AI, or the spirit which is behind AI, if you've been watching me on YouTube, Dr. Mumbi Show, you know I've been talking a lot about how I feel AI is a consciousness from another reality.
Oh, that's an interesting thing to be wrong about.
Some are saying that AI has been over... Anyway, I'll do a whole thing on AI.
So when the new Pope is elected, what with that prophecy? She'll just pretend she never said that.
But we have 2 years, family, to take back our authority, to take back our crown, to fully separate, because there is a separation that is happening of consciousnesses, of narratives. A new earth has been born consciously through our hearts. And the separation of consciousness, which is what is going to take, I feel, the next 2 years. So do not take your awakening for granted. Do not take your spiritual life for granted. Do not postpone the things your soul is telling you to do. If your soul is saying you move, if your soul is telling you to have...
Why did it get muted suddenly? What happened? Okay, I guess that's just how the video ends. Right.
What's going on, everybody? So I want to do a quick update from just a lot of different things are happening, but as you can tell from the title of this video, I want to talk a little bit about the Pope. I do want to just give a quick update on myself. I haven't posted in probably over a month. I've been just trying to settle in and get a lot of things, logistical things in order here in Korea. As you guys know from my last update back in January, I have been trying to move and just resettle here because God has called me here for the next season. There has just been a lot of things happening, as you probably know from some part of the news with Korea specifically, but also just the greater Asia Pacific area. And so there's a lot of ministry to be done here. And so I believe that God has called me here for this next season. I am still trying to get support from you guys. I have been very grateful for what you guys have done.
This guy's a QAnon guy. He believes in QAnon and is a big Trump supporter and views everything through that lens.
Especially in my campaigns, and the links down below. So if you guys want to support, I would love that. But just want to give a quick update on just this news and just some thoughts around it. So if you haven't heard, Pope Francis died apparently, and this is again the public news, yesterday, or rather
the public news
today at the time of this video, or wherever you are across the world, but basically the day after Easter. And apparently during
called to be here, please pay me. True, chat. I've been called to stream and shit post for you all. Consider subscribing or gifting subs. It's the Lord's will.
Easter, he's just been doing a lot of things, and suddenly he just passed away. And so again, the news and just everybody's going to make this out to be, you know, some natural death, no conspiracy, nothing crazy, and they're going to give him accolades, and there's just going to be a great sort of world, like tranquility and peace around his death. And again, I'm not trying to bring forth any sort of crazy conspiracy or just all these different things, but I do want to talk about the different layers, okay? And so if you are awake, if you're a believer, if you're a born-again believer, if you follow the living true God, Jesus Christ, and you are Holy Spirit inspired, you would know that the Catholic Church is just a small offshoot of what is really true, but it's not. And so if you want to call it satanic, if you want to call it one of the world religions that claims to be Christ or godlike but isn't, then this is what it is. And so again, I'm not...
Where do you think Christianity came from, kid? Holy shit.
Bashing...
Always blows my goddamn balls off when, like, Protestants are like, Catholics aren't real Christians. Where do you think Catholicism came from? Where do you think your religion came from? What are you doing?
Catholics, I'm not bashing the people in and of itself. I'm not saying some of them are not saved. I'm not saying any of that. I'm just saying that if you do your deep research and you understand the core tenets of the theology, what it stands for, what it does, you know, Mary, rosary beads, prayer, intercession, prayer boxes, and just all the different things.
I don't even think Martin Luther was out there claiming they weren't Christian. He was just saying they weren't serving Christ, they were serving themselves, and that people should be free to worship in their own way, basically, without a centralized structure.
It's just not quite what the Bible is. And so this is the first layer of being awakened to the modern day culture, society of what is.
Lenin Cat with 40 bits says, Protestantism is the original Christianity. Don't ask what we were protesting against.
Is truth. And so beyond that, you can start to question certain things that is coming up. We've known for a long time the position that the white hats, especially Trump, and if you want to bring in Q, just all the different things that's
QAnon referenced on the bingo card. Haven't gotten that one in a while.
Happened with regards to the evil, the pure evil that has happened underneath the facet or the sort of facade of religion.
I mean, technically everyone's a heretic in someone's religion, so hydrate.
And the control that they have.
I happen to be a heretic in all of them.
And the history over the last several hundred years. And so Vance just met with the Pope on Easter Sunday, and it's just crazy how one day, and this is again from the public optics perspective, he was talking, things were being said, and then all of a sudden he died the next day. I'm not saying there's any connection to this, but it's crazy how when he was praying during the pandemic, and this is just some clips going viral right now where he disappears suddenly from view, like as it was some kind of hologram.
Doesn't understand how cameras work on the bingo card.
And how many people were talking about how the Pope had been hospitalized. He had pneumonia.
I fit in with Pastafarians, don't care much, just don't be an ass. Yeah, I'm gonna fail, I have to be an ass. Have you met me? I guess you haven't personally. I don't know if you know this, I am insufferable interpersonally.
And that there would be a sort of a distraction from other news. And we know this, that when they decide to release certain news, it's because in some sense it's a distraction, it's a red flag or a false flag event or something else to try to keep you from knowing something else. And in this case, MD Truth talks about the Epstein files, as well as other people. Again, I'm not going to go into every single conspiracy here, but there could be something that allowed this timing to happen very directly. But one thing that's very consistent is that God, he has the breath and lungs at his disposal. So he can allow people to stay alive if he wanted to, or he can allow them to pass at any time he wants to. And so
God murked the Pope.
in this instance, God had allowed this to happen for a certain reason, a certain season, and that this is being a sign for something else.
Maybe old people just die. Maybe we all just die on a long enough time scale.
To come. And so we know that with, if you want to say numerology, if you want to say other sort of signs of the end times, there are things that God does specifically because he's a...
Chat, one day I will no longer be here. And when that happens, go to my Blu-ray.com list and see what movies I owned. Pick one that sounds good. And watch that movie on streaming or get a DVD. That'd be beautiful. Think of me, god damn it. Reanimator. Watch Reanimator.
Very precise God. At the same time, he's a orderly, he is a non-chaotic God, but he brings all these things together. And I believe that when we get to heaven, when we try to decrypt and understand what he was doing in this time, that he was doing it for a precise reason, giving us signs and wonders. He was giving us certain clues so that we can interpret the time, so that we can either repent, that we can see the direction that God is taking us, or he can show us his glory, his blessings upon this earth and this society. And so one of the things that many of us have talked about, and also if
you're not going to do that, dick move. All right, then watch Rashomon. No, watch my favorite movie, Boogie Nights. Boogie Nights is my favorite movie.
When I say prophesied, or
Paul Thomas Anderson's my favorite director, although Sean Baker is creeping up there. They're pretty neck and neck at this point.
Interpreted, especially from eschatology perspective, is the downfall of some of these leaders, the modern day idols, astropole, so that there can be a great harvest, a last major push before the Antichrist and just other things happen, and it just gets worse, as is to be the case with the tribulation period and other things. And so again, we don't know. I'm not saying I know this, but I believe that there's going to be a major reversal or just retraction of the powers that be, this sort of invisible hand, if you want to say Illuminati. And then it brings forth revival. It brings forth more people to be awakened and going into a season, this sort of end times season of a great harvest, and then into the last days. And so again, this news is just fresh. I want to keep an open mind and just see what is to come out. Personally, from my perspective,
watch Hell Goes to Frogtown. Perfect. I already own it on Blu-ray. Hold on. This is the movie where they put Rowdy Roddy Piper in a chastity cage. Not a joke. Rowdy Roddy Piper in a chastity belt. Based movie.
I know I need to get situated so I can post again, but it's just been very tough for me. I want to just thank you guys for the support. I want to ask that if we can try to make the goal at some point this year. I'm still going to try to push for this.
I should have the DVDs in my will. I need to be buried with my DVDs like an Egyptian pharaoh.
You guys know that I don't do ads or advertisements. I don't do, sponsorships and these types of things, so that I can be...
Explosive chastity belt. All chastity is explosive if you're sensitive enough.
Listener supported, and also try to build myself up personally with my business and just other things. So all of this is happening.
Hannah regrets what she just said on the bingo card.
During a time of major transition for me. So I'd love the support, guys. My link is down below for the Give, Send, Go, as well as Zelle, PayPal, and just Venmo as other options. So if you want to support, I would love it. Otherwise, I want to try to pray about the direction of this particular channel. So that's why I've been sort of in this in-between period, as well as being busy with other things. So more to come, guys. I'm just trying to see if I should take this in a certain direction with a certain type of news and current event interpretation, or with other more prophetic and encouraging words, as is the case for the other channel, but that's pure exhortation and encouragement. So if you guys want to check me out on that channel, there's that, but I'm trying to work hard at some point to try to get back up to posting on a regular basis. So love you guys. Thank you for the support. Talk to you guys very soon.
He sucks. Saw this and thought of me. Ooh. Sherlock Holmes Lego. Very, very cool. I love Sherlock Holmes. Oh yeah, and it's like a little. It's one of those things you can like put in your shelf to give you like a little alley. I love those. That's very cool. I also fucking love Sherlock Holmes. I own so many Sherlock Holmes series and movies. I own most Sherlock Holmes movies. I'm missing some. I'm missing They Might Be Giants, which is, you know, it's sort of a tangent of a Sherlock Holmes movie. It's not a pure Sherlock Holmes movie. And the one with Michael Caine, where Watson is the real Sherlock. I don't remember the name of that one. Oh, this one's only 6 minutes. Without a Clue. Thank you. That's the name.
Freemasonry
Like cocaine.
and the globe earth theory. Today I've got two very short clips we're going to entertain. Then I'm going to discuss a recent visit I made to a very old Masonic lodge. Very interesting one at that, I'll tell you. But first...
Sorry, I know I'm already on the new video, but now I'm just thinking of all my Sherlock Holmes movies. I own most Sherlock Holmes movies, I own a lot of Dracula movies, I own like 12 Tarzan movies. I really like seeing characters that have been adapted many times, especially if it's like over the course of a century. Like Sherlock Holmes. The earliest Sherlock Holmes movies were silent films produced when its author was still alive. Literally, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle lived to see Sherlock Holmes movies. Crazy to think. All the way to modern adaptations that they still make. So it's so interesting to see how society reinterprets the same character, and the lens through which it is produced tells you a lot about the people who made it, the culture it came out of, the time period. Great. Do I own Holmes and Watson? No, I do not. I do have the Granada Sherlock Holmes series. Movies, it's a series, but they're an hour and a half or an hour, so they're kind of like movies.
Why are Masons sometimes called traveling men?
It's a very interesting question, young man. And one we'll get to in a minute. That's just got me thinking. I wonder
Murder, She Wrote's coming out on Blu-ray, by the way. I'm very excited.
if there's any traveling men.
No, I don't have Sherlock Gnomes. Sherlock Gnomes is a spin-off film of Romeo and Juliet, however, and I have seen that movie.
In the online globe community.
Know your realm, says Will. Are you a traveling man? I'm a traveling man.
Oh, thank you, Will, for clearing that up. I was curious, yeah. Anyway, we'll continue with the video.
Does he think that shows that he's a Freemason? I don't think he understood what the fuck you were talking about. He travels. I think that's what he thought you meant.
Now onto my Masonic tour, where I essentially went to this very old lodge.
Which horrible British guy is this? This is Level Earth Observer.
A short while back. And what I thought I'd be with loads of tourists on this tour, it turns out I was the only person who turned up.
In which one did they do a sex against each other? Probably in elementary, but in that one, Watson's a woman, so...
So the tour was given by the 33rd...
I haven't actually watched Elementary, so I don't know if that happens, but I kind of got the vibe they were going to do a romance thing because they made her a woman.
3-degree Master Mason. Architecturally, the building was absolutely beautiful.
What about the Holmes movie Might Be Giants? I actually mentioned that one. That's one of the couple I don't have. The ones I'm missing right now are Mr. Holmes, the Ian McKellen movie, They Might Be Giants, and Without a Clue. I own most of the other ones. I don't have Watson and Holmes or whatever because I think that movie looked like shit.
But the energy...
Yes, I've seen the first episode of CBS's Watson. It sucked. It sucked so bad. Maybe I'll watch the other episodes someday, but it was hilariously bad.
Inside the lodge,
It's a CBS show. What do you expect?
Gotta say, I wasn't digging it. I wasn't digging it at all. You go to energies and vibes and stuff like that.
Natasha Lyonne's doing an AI movie. Oh no, I like her.
Go back to
I own Morbius. You're goddamn right I do.
school days.
Morbius is kind of funny bad. Also, I bought Morbius because A, it was the 1,000th film in my collection, so funny. B, I collect all the Marvel live-action movies, so I need to have it for my collection.
What was the most magical
So I don't have Madam Web yet. I've not had money to buy shit.
classroom in school?
Send me Madam Web to my P.O. box.
The one where you were
We've gone off the rails. I'm tired, so yeah, sorry.
almost given free realm. The art room, where things were created
Tony, thanks for following.
from nothing.
Been getting a lot of followers today. Thank you, everyone. I really appreciate it. Welcome.
Whether it be sculptures, paintings, ceramics, whatever it was. Many people's thoughts processes, they created something from...
I'm collecting all the Sherlock movies, aren't I? Yeah, but Holmes and Watson isn't like... It's a parody, although I do own Sherlock Holmes' smarter brother. That's similar, except funny.
Nothing, and put it into a physical form. And all these creative ideas and all these things that people have built, all these beautiful paintings, and you can feel that creative, almost magic within that classroom. Now, bearing in mind, I haven't been in an art classroom for quite some time. In the old days, you'd have pottery, sculptures, paintings, the list goes on. And like I said, it was the most magical room in the whole of the school, because it was really the only room people could actually expand and be creative without the restrictions of the education system.
This is the education system, what?
And like I said, it showed. You could feel that creative spark in the art classroom. Unlike when I was in the lodge, not that I was expecting to feel any creative spark or magic.
This isn't an art class, it's a formal meeting hall for a group of adult men. What?
But with the building being so beautiful on the outside, I expected the energy on the inside to be a little bit better. And before, when I booked the tour, it was a real old boy sat there in this beautiful old...
Why are they wearing Gmail aprons? It's funny you bring that up, that it looks like that. Conspiracy theorists actually believe that the Gmail logo is a reference to Freemasonry.
Chesterfield chair. He was like, before you
There was Shirley Holmes.
finish the tour, I guarantee you'll want to be a Mason. I thought to myself, yeah, I think you're a little bit off the mark there, but I just smiled. But I didn't dig the energy inside the tour. And when I was having a chat with the Master Mason in there who gave the tour, naturally I was going to discuss the shape of the Earth. I didn't discuss flat Earth because there's so many preconceived ideas and knee-jerk reactions that are associated to those words based off the propaganda.
If I bring up the thing I believe, everyone will think I'm an idiot.
And the misrepresentations. I simply spoke of the globe Earth theory.
Does he think people don't immediately think that you're a flat earther if you do that? Like, there's no neutral position here that you can be like, oh, I don't know. Like, the second you're like, I don't know if the earth is round, they go, oh god, it's one of these fucking flat earthers. Like, there's no neutral position that you can feign here. You're a flat earther.
And I highlighted to him that it was physically impossible, and I asked him his thoughts. The silence was deafening. And
I bet it was. People are usually confused when they realize that they're talking to an insane person.
I could see from his eyes he was emotionally triggered by that.
Again, probably surprised and, like, scared. Because talking, I don't know if you guys know this, talking to unstable people is uncomfortable.
It's interesting, isn't it, to see the psychology at play. And I said to him, your silence, I said, sometimes silence says so much more than any words could. And he couldn't even muster a smile, bless him. I could see how that was triggering him, so I kind of pulled back and just carried on with the tour. Like I said, the building was beautiful, but the energy and the vibes wasn't for me.
Yeah, you were acting insane. I'm sure the energy got very weird, especially after you started doing that.
And it was interesting to see that the Master Mason was ruled by his emotions and trigger points, and was still having triggers and knee-jerk reactions.
He was just, like, uncomfortable around you. He's not triggered. He's uncomfortable that there's a whack job in front of him.
To subjects, in
Night, Nerdy.
this instance, questioning the globe earth theory. Yeah, I found it fascinating. And back to the original question that was, why are Masons referred to as
Phoenix says, my old boss at the library would be so uncomfy when the local tinfoil guy visited and spouted his weird beliefs, and his explanation was she was an NPC. Yeah, they have to. Because think about it this way. Let's imagine you're this person. Let's imagine you start talking to people about things that you think are real. You believe they're real. And every time you talk to people about this, they get withdrawn and start acting differently and get distant from you. They don't want to admit the reality because from the outside, you can look at that situation and recognize, oh, it's because they're, espousing beliefs that are not those of a mentally stable person, generally, right? But they can't admit that because people generally don't like to admit they're wrong, at least not in that severe way. Like, a worldview changing event is huge. People do not like to change their entire worldview. So it becomes easier for the conspiracy theorists to say there's something wrong with those people, or they're NPCs, or they're too brainwashed or too stupid and they don't get it, rather than self-reflect and go, oh, maybe I'm off-putting because I'm espousing some really out there things that aren't evidenced,
traveling men? There's several theories on this, and of course all are old school. One of the theories is, as the old Masons travelled from the west to the east in search of knowledge, and as a result were referred to as travelling men. Another theory is the old Masons were thought to be trustworthy and honourable, and because of that were given free travel, a right to roam. Again, hence the travelling men. Or the third theory, which seems to be the most popular, is the old Masons, as they travelled from place to place, building cities in those places, and of course the infrastructure of the modern world in which we now experience. And as a result, those guys were referred to and known as travelling men, and that's where the saying comes from. The third choice seems to be the most popular. You can choose whichever one you like. I thought it was interesting. Freemasonry's not for me. I quite like the old architecture of some of those old buildings, but the Freemasonic thing isn't for me whatsoever. I like to walk in my own shoes. I'm a free spirit. I like to do my own thing and follow my heart, not be part of some...
Could you get your heart, maybe some education? That'd be good.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge club, wearing interesting pantomime type costumes and getting up to who knows what behind closed doors. No thank you. I walk alone. And remember, no travelling man on this earth will ever refute physical reality. And just like I stated to the Master Mason, physical reality proves to us all the globe earth theory is impossible. Have a good one, everyone.
Remember, everyone, he's not a flat earther, though. He's just not a round earther. Thank you, everyone, for hanging out today. Sorry, the last hour. I've been very sleepy, so I'm, a little lethargic this last hour, but I appreciate y'all hanging out. Thank you very much. I will be back tomorrow. I work in the morning, but I get out at like 12:30 or something in the afternoon, so we'll be streaming tomorrow, probably in the afternoon. I don't know what we'll be doing, but it'll be something pretty chill, at least I think. So keep an eye out for the notification for that. Let's see who we're gonna raid on Twitch. not very noticeable. Well, that's either I'm doing better than I thought or an indictment of my average performance, so not sure which.
I'm afraid to know what the estimated month of a cost they're going to give, because I know it's going to be
Well, Raid Swell Entertainment. Alright, have a great night, everyone. I will see you soon. Tomorrow, hopefully. If I don't see you tomorrow, I will be streaming tomorrow no matter what. But the day after, I will be taking a day off. So if you miss stream tomorrow, then I will see you on Friday. But I will be back tomorrow. So I'll see most of you then. Bye, everyone. Have a great night.